Good evening. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm going to call this work session to order. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a land acknowledgement work session. To begin our meeting, we will start with a roll call for attendance. I'll call each board member's name. If they're present, they will indicate so by saying present. Director Gregory?
Present.
Director Song?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Cook?
He just messaged me. He said he can't hear anything.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And
So-
here.
Perfect. I'll take that as present, and I am present. So, great. Again, good evening. Tonight's work session will engage board members in reviewing, discussing, and collaboratively drafting a new KSD board land acknowledgement statement. Each member will share their draft, review others' contributions, and work together to develop the new draft. To start our meeting, I'm going to call on Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell and members of the board. Tonight, as you know, we started this process for developing the board's land acknowledgement on May 8th, 2024. Recall, we had Mr. Will Bill here from OSPI, and it was just really enlightening, educational, and I think exciting to hear a lot about how the board's next step and what they should be in developing their own. You also received on September 12th, I believe, from Ms. Antello, the current land acknowledgement, as well as a folder with some samples. I know the board wanted to see some of those. You also have had the link to Will's session and the presentation that was done. And a lot of that, I know President Margell will talk about as you move forward with your work session today. So set the stage, and I'll turn it back over to President Margell.
Well, thank you very much, Superintendent Bella. So a couple things that I just want to set the stage before kind of what we are going to do here today is some things that came to my mind, at least, of what we're looking for when we have a really good land acknowledgement. Of course, first, we want to make sure it's specific and accurate, right? That we're talking and making sure that we're using correct names. Historical context is acknowledged. I think that that's important, at least is to me. And that that we're also giving current day recognition, not just who the lands that we're on historically, but also today, the acknowledgement for the indigenous communities that are in our area. And this is the part that really stuck out for me as an important part when I did this was commitment to action, right? We want to make sure that the words that we're using and what we're saying is genuine, it comes from the heart, and there's a bias towards action. And then, and that goes to our tone and intent. So those were just a couple things that came to my mind. I'm sure that other people will have theirs when we look through and what that looks like. So we're going to start off today. I think everybody has a highlighter. And we are going to pass around the land acknowledgements. I think we have them all out. We'll just kind of do one little turn. And what I'm asking everybody to do is take a moment to read through the land acknowledgement that you got in front of you and highlight any words or phrases that really seem meaningful to you and that feel genuine. And then with the goal of when we put all of these together, that we can have a part of all of us within this statement at the end that really is a true reflection of the board. So if we want to just...
Tim, can I hand this to you?
Can you pass that one down to me, Tim? So we'll take a moment to read everyone, and then we'll just keep passing them.
Yeah.
Do we have?
Okay.
We're supposed to highlight the words that we like.
Or something that
Resonates.
resonates and maybe something that will come up for you.
Okay.
Oh, you. Oh, there we go.
Oh, this one's mine.
Oh, there.
Oh, Tim.
And I think I'm missing.
This.
Blue, green, or, okay, this one is done. It has all 4 colors.
Perfect.
That is mine.
Okay, how about grab one that maybe is not yours.
I have
and
a
then-
yellow and a green. We're missing blue and orange.
Blue. No, that one's mine over. Okay.
Tim didn't like any of my words.
That's okay.
So we have one that's not ours.
And they're all done. And they've been looked at. Okay, great.
Yes.
Why don't we take a moment and, Dawn, since you're not here in person, do you want to go ahead and read yours aloud?
Oh, yeah.
So my comments on this are actually a little bit different because I had brought this up when we talked to the tribe the last time, which, sorry, I'm forgetting exactly what the date was. But I had asked the superintendent if we could get in contact with both the staff members and the students in the district that are of Native origin. And so that I don't know if that ever happened. And so I was a little confused as to why this was going on today without us having reached out to the Native students and staff within our district just to see if they wanted to be involved in this process.
Superintendent, would you like to answer that?
Yes, Vice President Cook, if you take a look at my response to your email, which I also sent to the full board on September 12th, what I did is noted that it would not be culturally sensitive to ask the students for what they felt the land acknowledgement should be, when it should be the board's. If you recall, and I also in the email linked the actual portion of when Will Bill talks about that. And so that is why I noted that I wouldn't be doing that because according to him, it would not be appropriate. What would be appropriate is for the board to do what they're doing today, and that is what words, phrases come to mind, what would be something that this board would want to be able to come up with in terms of a land acknowledgement. So I'll share that first. And then lastly, he also shared that, I believe, a story where he says that when they, members of his tribe, go to another area or place where other tribes are, they acknowledge that, and they are the ones that actually acknowledge what the land that they are on, because it comes from them. So I'll stop there and see if you have questions.
I guess maybe I wasn't as explanatory as I could have been with that. I had spoken to him after our meeting and asked him what his thoughts were on the idea of talking to the students, not necessarily to have them write it. I don't think that would be appropriate, obviously, but to have their input and just so that we can make sure that we are taking into account as many people's ideas and not as we can. And obviously, this wouldn't be a requirement of any sort whatsoever. And so it would just be reaching out, and that's really about it. But
Yeah, no.
I understand that the purpose of of us doing it this way. It's just not the way that I guess, had thought this would be done, and that's okay. So I'll continue listening, and hopefully I'll be able to give some input based on what the other board directors have come up with.
Okay,
So then let's just continue on with reading around. Director Song, do you want to start us out? And we know that you're not reading, just read the one that you have in front of you.
Okay,
Yeah.
which is mine.
Oh, perfect, okay, great.
Okay, so mine was, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the indigenous people before us. We honor their ancestors and recognize their continued presence and contributions to our community today.
Great, thank you. Sorry, and I probably should put this instruction out there. We're going to start talking about themes that we see throughout these, so as you listen to these ones, noting themes and maybe consistencies amongst all of ours, so as we come up with ours together, maybe something that we see consistently done throughout. Director Cook. Clark, sorry.
I have to express a problem I'm having. To extend beyond what we have currently been doing, I would not be in favor of doing it before every meeting. It should be once a month. Now, my rationale for that is if it's going to be pro forma, then, okay, I would keep what we've got. And that would at least be an acknowledgement before the public in each meeting. But as soon as you begin to expand what that becomes, then in effect, it will get lost on the public. It simply becomes a moment in time where, yes, they're talking about the tribal lands, but as soon as you make it extensive and you do it every meeting, they're not listening anymore. And my real problem with it is, I know Teresa actually visited another tribe and encountered where that particular tribe said expressly, if you're going to do it and mean it, but don't do it before every meeting. So,
What I hear, a couple different things on here, if I may. One, I hear that there's a discussion of not just what the words are said, but when we say them, and that can be something that we discuss. One. Two, I don't know if I personally agree with you that people don't listen. I've gone to many different meetings and listened to some that are 2 pages long, some that are 2 sentences long, and I do listen to all of them. I do also hear from you, and my own personal bias is, what's the word I'm looking for? Synthesis,
yeah.
right?
Conciseness.
And being concise and in your words, although I'm looking at all of them, and mine is the longest. So I think that we can, I also tend to also acknowledge that I tend to be verbose. So with all of that said, I think a tendency and with head nods I'm seeing around the room and the length of the other ones, that being short is a preference, right? And making it meaningful in a concise number of words. But what I want to make sure that I understand on this is, are you suggesting that you like the words that there are today, and so you're not seeing the necessity of changing them because you appreciate them, or is there a particular reason why you don't want to change them from what they are today? Just so I understand.
No, I do like what we
Okay.
currently do.
Perfect.
I mean, because it stops the meeting and says, oh, by the way.
Okay. I think that there are other examples that here today even that are, stops the meeting, they are succinct and meaningful in what they said, but maybe a little bit of a variation, and we
Well,
can talk about the themes on why.
I like what Teresa did, minus everything beyond the last comma.
Okay, well, how about you read the one in front of you? I'm guessing that's mine, sorry, you get the long one.
Megan's.
mine.
We acknowledge that the Kent School District resides on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, descendants of the Duwamish and Upper Puyallup peoples who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their enduring connection to this land, its waters, and its communities. As an educational institution, we recognize our responsibility to foster respect, inclusion, and awareness of indigenous histories and cultures. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and supporting the sovereignty and resilience of the Muckleshoot people.
Thank you. Teresa?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
That sounds very familiar. And then the one I have is, we acknowledge that the Kent School District rests on the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. We honor their enduring stewardship and cultural legacy, and we commit to fostering respectful relationships.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Inclusive education and truth-telling in our schools. So with those said, is there some themes that we could write down? And Ms. Curry, would you mind maybe taking some notes on this one? Thank you. Is it behind my head? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Well, I see the theme of ancestral, like lands. We all of us have something about lands, right? Traditional lands or ancestral lands. So I see that as a theme of honoring kind of that of the place that we're residing on, right? I see that piece. And then also honoring the tribe. The Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. I, at one point, did have the descendants of the Duwamish and Upper Puyallup peoples, but I was not sure if that was all-inclusive because I felt that that was limiting, because I think Muckleshoot is a larger tribe than that, and they represent more of the people in the area, so I didn't want to include that part. That's why I pulled that out of mine.
Oh, that makes sense.
I will say, I like this one line out of yours. We honor their enduring connection to this land, its waters, and its communities, because that recognizes that the lands obviously have a history, and the people living on them clearly were connected to their environment and the changes taking place around them. I like that.
And I think mine says something about stewardship of the lands, and that's
Enduring stewardship.
enduring stewardship, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think for me, the position of inclusivity is what prompted me to stay away from listing any specific tribe or region, and I just left it as indigenous peoples. Because for the equity piece, I mean, we can trace it back to known history, right? But then there's been a lot of other identities that have occupied a part of the land that we are on. And so for just the inclusiveness, I thought it'd be best to keep it more broad. And then the other thing about like, one thing I tried to move away from are utilizing words like endurance, strength, and maybe this is just from like my own personal bias of a minority identity, but I'd like for us as a society to start moving away from this idea of marginalized people always having to toughen up and work through things. And I think we should focus a little bit more on moving away from things like perseverance, but acknowledging the objective truth and experiences of the contributions people have made, so that we focus more from like a strength-based perspective, aside from this this old story that we constantly hear of rising above things.
If I may, I have a little different connection to the tribe as an elected official. I worked on the commitment to the EPA's insistence on recovery of Chinook salmon, and so I specifically worked on what is called the Water Resource Inventory Area 9, which is the Green Duwamish, and worked with the tribe. And in that particular journey, what became crystal clear and why I like that word stewardship is the tribes, because of the nature of how they lived and their dependence on the food sources, ended up in the modern time becoming extremely crucial in discovering the basic recovery patterns within the lives of the fish. And so they actually had been doing fish counting long before the feds mandated you got to have a count. And that, of course, is critical in understanding what our inheritance is and the meaningfulness of what we are attempting to do to reconstruct those pathways.
For me, it was important that we talk about kind of going forward. And so it was both an acknowledgement of where the past has been, but where we're continuing to go forward, and that this is not just this is it's our commitment. And so to me, that words, it's the meaning behind them and what are you going to do with them. I very much have an action bias to that. And so that's why it was important to me to have a commitment in there. I also thought that we have a different relationship than other entities that are having a land acknowledgement, and that we are in education. We are in education, and that is a very special relationship that we get to have with our community. And so why is that part of our truth and what we're talking about? And so that was something I put in there, but when you try putting all those things in there, it is
Add
longer.
sentences.
It does
Yeah.
add, this was the shorter version. So. Okay, so, oh, great notes. Sorry, they're behind me, so I can't. Yeah, no, you're great. Do we want to start putting some of these things together, or things that, is there anything that we want to absolutely make sure? I mean, lands. We all talk about lands. I mean,
Yeah, every one of us have
we can start
lands.
with that agreement, right? That, and it would make sense since it's a land acknowledgement, right? And so, is there an agreement, because I'd really like to do this as much as a collaborative effort, that we'd really like to make sure that is included in there.
I think all of ours kind of started off similarly with the we acknowledge part. Do we
Yeah.
want to keep that language, or do we feel like that's just a way to copy and paste from every other land acknowledgement that we hear?
Well, the problem with it is it's a public meeting.
Yeah.
Right.
That you're making the presentation to.
Right.
And there is a certain amount of need to make sure the audience understands that connection.
Yeah.
So yes, there is redundancy in terms of other meetings, but as soon as you start playing with the different words that we have in here, it is different, and it does discriminate in terms of, we specifically are looking at, the Green Duwamish Basin.
Yeah,
I
guess
always like the we, because it always makes me, again, starting out with that we are a board of 5.
Yeah.
And we speak as a board of 5, and so I've always liked the we.
Okay.
And I think what I have seen from other, like I looked at other school districts and I went out and I talked to one of the tribes, and making the formality of we acknowledge at the beginning of it brings the tone and honors that, right? Where it's not something that's just, we whip over it, right? So pausing and saying, we acknowledge, that part of it gives that formality to it that actually brings more, instead of it being something you just say at every meeting, you're actually like pausing for that. And I see that, and when I saw the school districts that I went out and looked at, when they do it, they do that. They have that formality at the beginning of we acknowledge at the beginning. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying take away the meaning behind the word, but maybe how we phrase it. Some of the other examples that I really liked was the way that we can personalize this to Kent School District, where instead of saying we can start off with saying like the Kent School District or the Kent School Board, acknowledges. That way there's some personalization to this.
Oh, okay.
That way it's coming from the district, right? And not just whoever's up there saying this, but it's something that can be continuous through time, and is a reflection of what the Kent School Board and the district wants to do.
I'm fine with either we or Kent School,
I'm fine with
Kent
either
School
one.
Board.
Just want to throw out just additional options. I have nothing against we.
I feel you're against we. No, I do like the idea of changing it, though, of making it the Kent School District,
Yeah, like how do we bring our
Acknowledges,
identity
right.
into this
Yep.
message to personalize it a little bit?
right?
And if I may add, this is really great to hear. This is, I think if Mr. Will Bill was here, he would say, keep going. He talked about how this needs to be yours. And that's, he also said, if it isn't going to be yours, you could also do damage by just making it someone else's.
Right.
He'd rather not have anybody do anything. And I would just saying that that's, you're making it yours. Land acknowledgement, I believe, is the title of some of them, so that's what it is. And some districts start with recognizing, right? Because of the word land acknowledgement was already there. But yeah, I just wanted to note that.
How about this wording I propose? The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe.
I love the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sentence 1. Okay. Yes. The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges that we reside on the traditional, or do we want ancestral?
I like ancestral better, but
Yeah, I like traditional.
I can go either way.
I like traditional.
I'm happy with traditional.
Traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. Perfect. I acknowledge your being specific about the, and making sure that it's accurate, and so I'm fine just keeping it at Muckleshoot.
Yeah.
Are you okay with, I'm sorry, and I go back and to acknowledge what you had to say about keeping it general.
Yeah, that was just one perspective I wanted to bring to the conversation.
Yeah.
I didn't know how other people felt about it. Is this too isolating? Are we leaving out other tribes, other voices? Because we do encompass Native and Indigenous backgrounds from all roots,
Right.
not
Yeah.
even just in Washington. And so would this be inclusive enough? And is that something that we value?
When I went back, because I went and looked at all the videos, because I was not here then, but my impression was you're honoring the land that you're standing on. So I'm honoring the land that I'm on. And so when I went with Vice President Cook and we went down to the WASDA event and we were on a different ancestral land, we had a different experience and a different land acknowledgement because we're on their land. And so I think we're on the Muckleshoot land, right? We're on the Indian tribe's land. And I think we can tie to that. And I think in the future, if we need to expand it, we can expand it, right? But we know today that this is historically their ancestral lands.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not torn between either option. I guess when I first started to read this and tried to come up with my version of what a land acknowledgement can be, what started to sink in was similarly to what Director Clark was saying about how is this feeling more performative, and are we just utilizing this because it's trending right now, and it's what everybody else is doing. And when I was writing it, what came to mind was like, man, we're really sitting here just reminding people of like, hey, we're on the land we took from you. And just giving this constant reminder every time we say this. So how do we say it in a way where it is more compassionate and genuine? And that's where I'm lost. So if
Yeah.
this is what we have and you guys feel like that still encompasses our vision of saying like we still want to create this acknowledgement and understanding, then yeah, I guess I don't have any additional comments on this one because I don't know what else, how else to phrase that.
I guess it stuck with me when Bill, when he talked about that when they would go visit a different tribe, that they would give an acknowledgement to them. And so this was something done as acknowledging the land on which they stood. And so that stuck with me. And then also the idea of what this is. This is a
Yeah.
land acknowledgement.
So maybe it's the reside part that's difficult for me.
Our entire 72 square mile school district, though, does
We do
reside
reside
within.
in it, yeah.
That's, it does within,
It just seems a little just too imperialistic for me of like, we are residing here because we just took this from you guys.
I
But
think
no,
that's
I'm
what
just
we're
kidding.
somewhat
I'm being
acknowledging.
nitpicky.
No, I hear you.
I like the way it sounds though.
Okay. I would like to discuss who have lived in the region since time immemorial. That also, when we did the training about time immemorial, and we know it's a state mandate to speak of the, to teach of this in our schools. I have a preference towards it, but
I like it.
I'm fine.
I'm thinking, give me one more second.
absolutely.
Is it acknowledge or acknowledges?
Yeah, that's,
I'm not an English professor, so I probably would have written acknowledges.
The board is singular.
So it's we acknowledge.
we
Yeah.
acknowledge.
Okay.
We is, well, the board
How many
acknowledge.
teachers are in this room? Come on now. I'm okay with adding the last piece. I don't know if I,
Can we put it in there for now, and we can go back and see
Yeah.
if we like it when it's put
yeah, when it's
in
all together.
together?
The problem is, people are not gonna know what that word means.
What an opportunity for them to go, huh, I'm curious.
I know, but
I'm
I'm
gonna
just,
look that
I
up.
want it to be plain language because we have a lot of people who don't speak English as a native speaker. And so that's my only, I love what it says, I love what it represents, but I'm thinking the language is too difficult.
I think we should give them more credit.
I
Um,
think so.
I'm just saying.
I like
We have
the
a
word.
whole education about time immemorial.
I know, I'm just saying.
Is
and
it
I also-
acknowledges? I just see the S going back and forth.
Who have lived in this region since time immemorial. If we have that written.
Yeah.
Yes, she has
Okay,
it.
I
perfect.
did,
Okay, good.
I did add the S back.
We're just
It
fighting
says
with
Board of
acknowledge.
Directors is treated as a singular
Ah.
governing body. So a singular, so you would use the singular verb acknowledges.
Got it.
Thank
If you want to acknowledge it as an individual members, then you would change it to acknowledge.
Acknowledge,
But if you're
okay.
doing it as a group,
Thank you. Thank you, Grammarly.
All right.
I'm kidding.
Next sentence.
I think if I'm to hear something that was going around before, the word stewardship,
Yes.
is there a proposed sentence of using that? Tim, you look like you want to say something?
Well, no, if you have it up there, we honor this enduring connection to this land, its waters, and its communities, as another line. And so I think it fulfills that concept of stewardship.
I also acknowledge, I'm okay to, we honor their
The
stewardship.
tribes, we honor the tribes' enduring connection to this land, its waters, and its communities.
It's not flowing for me.
No,
Yeah, it's not.
we honor,
Mine was, we honor their enduring stewardship and cultural legacy.
And I had, we honor their ancestors and recognize their continued presence and contributions, but I'm wondering if we can turn that into like, we honor and recognize their stewardship and continued presence in our
There.
community today.
There we go.
Done.
All right.
I like that.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I like how that it goes from past to present.
Oh,
Yeah,
can we flip it?
yeah.
Their
We rec-
continued stewardship and
And
presence in our community, or to our community today.
Actually, uh, um, their continued stewardship of the land.
Sure.
Yeah,
So
well.
I think that there's stewardship to many different things.
Right,
There's stewardship to the land, I think, absolutely, but also the language, the cultural heritage. Their stewardship can be,
Except I expect that will show up later. When you overbroaden it, I'm trying to be specific to their awareness of their environment, and they did something about it.
So you think it's too broad and you want to narrow it down a little more?
Well, no, what she's bringing up, I agree with, except that it's a whole separate conceptual approach. I'm,
Oh, it was recognize their stewardship and continued presence. So just moving continued over to after and,
oh,
right? Oh, no, because then I guess it takes it away from saying that they're not continuing their
Yeah.
stewardship.
I liked it better the
I liked
first
it
way.
better the other way.
Yeah?
So do I.
I mean, I see
Okay.
where you're going with continued presence, but you can't use continued twice.
No.
Continued stewardship and continued presence.
Do we
That's
have
not
to
gonna
have
work.
continued? Recognize their stewardship and presence to our community today?
I like the continued because they're active, right? Continued means this is ongoing and it's active. We are active in the community. They are working in the community. They are working today. It's not a time in the past and then they're doing this thing today.
Okay. Should we move on to the next sentence? And then we can like come back
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
always come back and
edit it.
wordsmith it.
And then this is, I would like to see kind of in this sentence, what is our commitment going forward?
Right. There's two things I like. I had said, we commit to fostering respectful relationship and inclusive education. And in yours, it said, we recognize our responsibility to foster respect, inclusion, and awareness of indigenous histories and cultures. So something combining those.
And I said, we commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and supporting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Yeah,
I like
something.
that one. I think it sounds more condensed and more encompassing.
Yeah,
Because once we start generating lists, now it's like who's being left out of this?
right.
And I think that does maybe bring in your comment before of it's not just the Muckleshoot tribe, but how
Right.
do we show respect for,
Yeah.
Everyone.
can you take out resilience? Your argument was persuasive.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. No resilience. We don't have to overcome
Definitely
anything.
resilience. Probably not stated in a
I think that sounds good.
way to be, yeah.
I think there was something about meaningful partnership. There's something, I think a couple of us had something about like fostering something about respect, inclusion, respectful relationships, inclusive education. I don't know if it belongs in here or if I'm just it's covered.
I have yours, and let me give this to you so you have it.
Okay.
Ms. Curry, can you scroll up a little bit? Oh, okay, I thought there was more notes that we took. Sure, maybe hearing another voice would help.
Would help.
Okay. The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor and recognize their continued stewardship and presence to our community today. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and supporting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on water. The tribe has a connection to literally the water resources for both the city of Tacoma and the city of Kent. And that relationship required, of course, a very special guardianship of that resource to keep it pure and obviously work with the utilities that are dependent on that. And it, to me, represents one of the blessings that the tribe has brought to the way our modern life goes. And so when you, well,
That sounded into "This Land Is My Land" song for me.
it is the awkwardness of, in that line, continued stewardship and presence. Because that presence doesn't really get to the benefits that the greater community derives from their continued protection of the resources and actually improving the quality of life of the communities around them. So I would just broaden that particular.
So something about water, because it's directly tied to what the Muckleshoot people have been committed to. Like their
Yes.
work is around water and, okay.
I guess I'm just looking for a concrete example of that and presence to our community today. It to me is more meaningful than that. That's too broad.
We honor and recognize their continued stewardship and ongoing protection of our waterways.
No,
What about, we honor and recognize the continued stewardship as,
crucial to our community today.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see where you're going.
I mean,
I was trying to put water in there.
What if we gave what if we said we honor and recognize their continued stewardship of our waterways and our land and their
That's land and water.
land
ways.
and water, right?
yes,
So we honor and recognize their continued stewardship of our land and water and their ongoing,
That's like a run-on sentence.
I know, now it is. I
agree.
got it.
Like when you have to add 50 more words to your essay.
Come on, I do need to add 50 more words to my resume. My apologies, my blood sugar is low.
How can we conclude it by capturing that piece?
Yeah, we commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships, and supporting sovereignty and or support, or add it at the end. It would be commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Meaningful partnership, where did she just move all that?
She
Oh,
jumped
commit
up
to,
above.
yeah, so, we commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities and supporting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people as they continue to protect our land and waterways.
Is that accurate, though?
I-
Yes, it's accurate. They do that.
Yeah,
They are
do.
very active in doing that. They,
There is a
I guess
fundamental-
the topic of that sentence for me is about what our commitment is going forward.
got it.
And so
Okay.
it feels to me that you're changing,
The meaning of the last part, okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
I would put again in the kind of the run-on because it has like.
Yeah.
Both important parts, but a lot of parts.
We can put it, I think the sentence that needs to change then is we honor and recognize their continued stewardship of our land and waterways. And then end it there, of our land and waterways, and then take out the prisons today.
But they are still here today.
No, I know they're still here today, I'm not saying it's continued stewardship, it didn't say that they're not here.
And impact on our community today?
Oh, an impact to our community today.
We honor their stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities.
Oh, what did you just say? We honor their what?
Stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. So it would read, we honor their stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities.
Can we just create a logo with water on it? Like attach it to this?
Can.
We honor and recognize their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. There you go.
Do we need to honor and recognize? I would feel like recognize
Recognition
If
is
we're
already
honoring.
honoring. I would say
Uh,
we honor.
I feel like that's redundant.
I do too.
No?
No?
Well, see, the problem with it is obviously the proclamation is to honor their
Yes.
contribution.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So you're saying get rid
the
of
land
recognize?
acknowledgement is designed to
Yeah,
acknowledge
yes.
and recognize that.
Yes.
So,
So what if we just got rid of and recognize? Just we honor them?
Yeah, that's why I would take
Yeah.
out and recognize. I feel like you can't
Can we
honor
see
anything
what
if
it
you don't
looks like
recognize
without it
them.
in there?
What?
Oh, just see what it looks like without it in there.
we
Yeah.
honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and supporting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Can we have Ms. Curry read that back to us?
Here we go.
The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and supporting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
You look like you have a comment.
No, to be honest, my mind is already on, I like it, and so I've moved to, when do we say this? And thinking about, does it make more sense to say it once a month? As an acknowledgement, do we say it before each meeting? So sorry, that's where my mind was going.
Oh. I shared the same thought as Director Clark. Doing this over and over seemed too performative to me. It did take away the actual impact and meaning behind what a land acknowledgement was for. I would be okay with us doing this once a month. instead of every single meeting where it just becomes like another thing, right? Another obligation that we have.
What if we did it when we do, because normally at the beginning of the month, we'll have all of the, we're recognizing if it's Hispanic month, Latino month, you know, all the different
Proclamations.
proclamations. What if we did it then?
During
When we-
proclamation days?
During that time? Like, do it before. It's separate. It's not part of proclamations. But if we have a proclamation, we also do the land acknowledgement.
Those are pretty scattered too, though.
I have a preference of doing it with every meeting.
Every?
This is the reason why I don't love, like, National Women's Month, is because I am a woman every single day, and I don't feel like having acknowledgement for 1 month. It's my personal preference, and so I believe that we should acknowledge and celebrate everybody every day.
That's
So,
fair. I celebrate a birthday week, so.
And so it is my personal preference, and
Right.
not diminishing to other people who have, you know, have a preference on that too. So I believe that acknowledging this each time for me would be my preference, but it's also the will of the board.
I'm okay doing it at every meeting as well. I don't have a preference one way or the other. I just want it to be consistent. So I don't want it to get lost, right? I don't want it to be like, we either do it every meeting and then it's consistently on every meeting, or we're like the first meeting of the month and then it's on the calendar. So it doesn't get lost. Does that make sense? Because it could be something that could be overlooked.
And that's why I prefer once a month. You have dramatically expanded what we're trying to drive at,
Yes,
and you want people to hear it.
yep.
And so you don't want it as part of a pattern and they're not listening. So,
Yeah, but I also recognize too that we only have 2 meetings a month.
Right.
A suggestion has been made to look at, instead of supporting, looking at uplifting.
And the supporting is, the other sounds more proactive versus passive and, right, it's like, we're uplifting the voices, we are
We're taking
honoring,
action,
there you go, committing to that,
committing to it.
yeah. Just
Okay.
a suggestion.
Sorry,
But
I
that
rejected
word
the
does,
first.
it does change it.
We
to
also
be-
don't have to finalize this tonight, right?
Are we finalizing
Like,
this tonight?
isn't today just a
I
draft
would
of
love
putting
if
it
we
together?
could.
Oh,
Oh. Okay.
I think that we can do as much as we can to get, and feel like we're all on the same page, and then be able to let it marinate.
yeah.
And.
And then maybe talk about the frequency of it afterwards.
But can we read it one more time?
Absolutely. And then, yes, we would normally come back, almost like a policy, like we've read it here, then we could bring it back to to the board meeting.
Okay.
The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and uplifting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Can I suggest a slight change? Instead of saying traditional lands, how does ancestral lands sound?
We had had that conversation at the beginning. I think the rest, I think we were kind of split on that, but
I don't think.
I guess I think it's it just
Feeling.
traditional. I mean, yes, they are traditional lands, but they're not. I mean, traditional just sounds weird for speaking of lands to me.
I'm okay either. I said ancestral.
I'm okay with either.
I'm fine with
Okay.
ancestral.
Ancestral it is. I'm okay either way.
Can we have a little bit, would you mind reading it one more time?
I would love to. The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and uplifting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
I like it. When I read through it, I could see a part of each person in it. And I think that that's what it being genuine from our board is what's about. Okay. I'm just going to go around and ask if we're good to be able to take this away and be able to think about it. Director Cook, are you good with that?
Yeah, I think it sounds good.
Good. Director Song?
Yes.
Director Clark?
Yes.
Director Gregory, great. Okay, wonderful. Well, it is 5:56, and we're going to adjourn this work session. This work session is adjourned for approximately 30 minutes. The purpose of the executive section is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the financial or financial risks of a course of action. We will see you back here at 6:30 for our regular meeting. Good evening. It is now 6:33, and our executive session ended or adjourned at 6:30 on the button. It took us a second to walk here. Board members in attendance of the executive session were all of us, Director Gregory, Director Song, Director Clark, Vice President Cook, and myself. And we are now calling our regular meeting to order. At this time, we will do roll call for attendance. If you are in attendance, please acknowledge by saying present. Director Gregory.
Present.
Director Song.
Present.
Director Clark.
Present.
Vice President Cook.
Present.
And I am present. Director Clark, will you say the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening and welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to the meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there's a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comments forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during the final communication from the audience. Student comments will be the first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personal identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether written or verbal, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct Order of Business and Quorum. If you're seated in overflow room, there's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to our safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Director Gregory, will you please read our current land acknowledgement? I say that as we had a work session earlier in which we worked on our new one.
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you very much. We now move to item 1.07, the agenda review. Superintendent Villa, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margill, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion from the board?
Move to accept the agenda.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded.
Sorry,
We are now open
I
for
have a
discussion.
question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yep, we're open for discussion. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so my one question is, I looked at the informational line in there for number 10, and all the times previous that I've gone through any of our agendas, it's always been listed out in this page right here. But when I'm looking at it now, it's all like separate behind that. What led to that?
Superintendent Vella, would you mind helping out with that for how the agenda was written?
So my understanding is your question is regarding number 10, the informational item,
That's correct.
and specifically that it was lifted out.
Well, before, every time I've seen it before, it's included all of the items that are in there. So 1620p, 2320p.
Got it.
All of that, they were all listed out in informational, not like tucked in the way that it's done this time.
I just to let you know, I just showed him like kind of the difference of how they're listed out at 8.01, 8.02 on our
Yeah.
other items as opposed to this one, well, they're
Thank
kind
you.
of all in. Yep.
Got it. So we typically put those informational items there.
You know what? If I may, Naomi is usually the one who puts this together for this, Ms. Antello, and she's not here tonight. So what we can do is if there's a preference for having them listed out, we can just ask for that to happen in future ones.
I just wanted to know why we changed it because I hadn't ever seen it done this way.
Yeah, they were all procedural updates, and yes, and Ms. Antello is out today, so,
Okay. Well, we can discuss it next meeting then when she's available.
sounds good, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing as there's none, there's a motion on the floor for the approval of the agenda as presented. That has been seconded. We are now open for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. We now move on to our student voice section.
President Margot, we have at this time 4 student comment cards.
Fantastic. And I apologize, we have small pencils, and sometimes they're hard to write with, and so I'm not always the best at pronouncing these, so please just introduce your first and last name when you come up to the microphone, and we will give each of you 3 minutes. Clive Moore? Am I anywhere close on this one? CELIVEMOUR? About diversity and cultural representation?
My name is Celine.
I am so sorry about that, Celine. I apologize about that. That was not even close. Celine, would you mind starting us off?
Yeah, wait,
Yep. I apologize about that.
I was.
Could you start
wondering-
with your first and last name?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name is Celine Moore,
Thank you, Celine.
and I was wondering if like there could be more diverse and like culture represented in the curriculum and classroom materials, like adding more languages. Like I think that at Kenwood, there's like a Korean club, which I think that if we had the Korean language that we could actually learn from, I feel like that class, there would be a lot of students that would thrive off of that class. Because yeah, like I just think that it would be like really good, and I just think that like adding more languages or even having maybe like I don't even know, but just like more representation, I think, and more just culture things that we could include with our curriculums and stuff.
Thank you, Celine. And just for a note to our audience, it seems awkward. I absolutely acknowledge this. It's even awkward for us because we often want to respond back because that's how conversations happen. But unfortunately, how a board works is we have to stick to the board agenda as written. And since our public comments are not agenda specific, we're not going to be able to respond to them in the moment. If there is a time afterwards, especially if somebody wants to chat with us afterwards, we're always happy as a board to stay and talk, especially to any of our students that want to stay or anybody. And then also if there's a specific item, I know that our staff administration has always been really good about polling people and to make sure we have contact information to get back about questions. But I acknowledge the awkwardness of not being able to respond in the moment, and it's not because we don't value and hear the comment. It just is acknowledged at a different time than a board meeting. So we move to our next speaker. Thank you, Celine, for starting us off. Our next speaker is Ray Nassani.
Thank you. It's actually Ray Nassani. You pretty much had it right. Hello, my name is Ray Nassani. I go to Kentwood High School, and I basically just wanted to bring up how specifically in Kentwood High School, it's probably like this in other schools, but specifically Kentwood, the bathrooms are usually closed, and it's mostly due to substance use or sometimes it's other issues, but usually, I know you guys can relate, I'll be trying to use the bathroom, I'll go and one bathroom is closed, I'll go to the other side of the building to try and use another one, and that one's also closed. And sometimes I just get really annoying because I'll get back to class and my teacher will think I'm skipping, when in reality there are no bathrooms open. So sometimes I'll even just come back because I'm tired of walking around the entire school. So if you guys could find a way to prevent the bathrooms from closing and find other ways to stop substance use in the bathrooms, because it's also really annoying when you're walking in and there's just like a bunch of kids hitting a vape like all in one corner and you can't even go into the stalls. So if you guys could find a way to prevent that, that would be really helpful, and everybody would appreciate that.
Thank you, Ray. Our next speaker is Jonas Capolonga.
Hello, my name is Jonas Capolonga. I am a senior student in Kentwood High School, and this is a very similar question to what Ray has said. I am also here to talk about the use of substances on school grounds, and I understand that measures have already been taken to prevent it, as he said, when the bathrooms get shut down, if kids are found using substances in them. But I was wondering if there was anything more that you guys could do to really send it home and get the point across, because as much as it worked at first, it doesn't really work that much anymore. Like Ray said, there have been many times where I've walked in and there's just a bunch of guys just blowing a vape in one corner of the bathroom, and that's the only bathroom that's open sometimes, and yeah, it sucks, and I was wondering if there was something that you guys could do more to really get that point across.
Great. Jonas, thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you for your time.
Our last student speaker that I have is Sophia Capolonga.
Hello, my name is Sophia Capolonga, and I would just like to speak to the participation at just all of the schools. I am a performing arts student, and so I go there very much so that I can do choir and theater and dance and sing and just have a good time. However, I've noticed that most of our events for choir don't get people don't go to them as much as we would like them. We love it whenever we see any of our admin there, and that just hasn't happened in a little bit. And we would love it to see you guys there, and we want more people to see us because we put in a lot of work to get to our concerts, and then it's just a few families and a few of our friends who don't have anything going on that day. And so we would just really appreciate it if more people showed up to events and focused as much attention as they do on sports as the performing arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you to our student speakers. We had 4 this evening, and we have no online or written comments. Just to put that out there too, if there are students, I know that sometimes Wednesday nights are, weeknights are a hard night sometimes for people to get here, so just making it sure that it's known out there that we do take videos. And so if anybody ever wants to submit a video on anything that they would like to talk to the board about, both student or non-student, we do also accept those, and then written comments. Our next section, 3.0, is preliminary communication from the audience.
Yes, President Margaret, we currently have 2 in-person general comments and 2 online video comments.
Do we have any specific comments?
We do not.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll start with our general in-person comments first. And Donnie Frey.
Good evening. My name is Donna Fry, and I'm here because our district is in crisis, a crisis created by failed leadership and enabled by a complacent board. I'd like us to stop pretending that this was an unavoidable budget shortfall. Kent School District didn't fall into this budget crisis. It was driven into one by bad decisions ignored warnings, and a complete lack of accountability. This happened on the superintendent's watch. You built a budget on fantasy numbers, assuming enrollment would stay flat when it's been dropping for over a decade. That single reckless assumption blew an $8 million hole in our finances. And instead of adjusting staff and spending, you carried on like nothing was wrong. That's not leadership, that's negligence. Then came the ESSER disaster. You took nearly $100 million in one-time federal funds, a temporary lifeline, and spent it like a permanent paycheck. No exit plan, no sustainability, no foresight. Now those dollars are gone, and so is our financial stability. You knew the cliff was coming, and you drove us right off of it. While the district bleeds cash, you and this board have been canceling work sessions, the very meetings meant to fix this mess. When the house was on fire, you don't cancel the fire drill. That's cowardice, that's not leadership. You've closed the doors when you should have opened them wider. That's not transparency, that's hiding from your responsibilities. The result, teachers are terrified for their jobs, there'll be program cuts, families have been blindsided, and the taxpayers, including myself, are furious that millions were wasted through poor planning and silence. This community has lost faith in you. Leadership means owning your failures, not deflecting it. Leadership means stepping aside when you've lost the trust of the people you serve. You have failed to protect our financial integrity, failed to communicate honestly, and failed to plan responsibly. So tonight, I'm calling for your resignation, Vila, not out of anger, but out of necessity. This district needs new leadership, someone who understands accountability, transparency, and fiscal discipline. Staying in this position only prolongs the damage and deepens the distrust. The KSD labor groups found no confidence in you, and neither do us taxpayers. Is that my time?
Yes, Donnie, thank you. Our next speaker is Crystal McDonald.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Vela. My name is Crystal McDonald, and I am the parent of 2 children in the Inclusive Education Department. I'm here tonight in response to the district's financial update provided to us last week, specifically the almost 12% drop in inclusive education enrollment. That is nearly 4 times higher than the general education decline. I implore you to ask why are our children with special needs leaving this district at higher numbers? 413 children with disabilities who needed specialized instruction and consistency were driven out by a system that too often delays, denies, and deflects responsibility. The last time we met was during a Title IX appeal hearing, where I described how my child had been failed by the system. I told you that I had been waiting 5 weeks for an IEP meeting to be scheduled, while my child received no instruction. Nothing has changed. An IEP meeting was finally held on October 6th, and the team determined my child's assigned middle school was not an appropriate placement for him. I was also told that the reason why I had not received any home and hospital instruction for my child was because I made a Title IX complaint and a special education community complaint. The person identified to provide those services did not want to work with my child because I engaged in protected activity. This is classic textbook retaliation at its most basic level. It's a violation of federal law. It's been over 2 weeks since that meeting, and my child still has no assigned school. I've been told that district leadership is discussing this, but I've had no school given to me. My child hangs in limbo. He has no school assigned to him. I requested another IEP meeting a week ago. and I still have no date. It's been a week since I've asked for an IEP meeting, and I don't have a date. It feels very deja vu to me. I've been here. We see how this works. This district's newsletter spoke of transparency, empathy, and care. But when families of students with disabilities are ignored or retaliated against, those words mean nothing. Let's be honest, these are children with disabilities. You are failing and in some cases actively harming, leaving kids without instruction and without dignity. KSD cannot claim to value equity while children with disabilities are excluded from the educational process in plain sight. I'm here. When inclusive education collapses, so does trust and so does enrollment. This year alone, it's a $6 million loss because of this. It is tied directly to how these kids are treated. You can't fix this with excuses or spin. You fix it with courage, compassion, and compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. We now move on to our next section, which is our recognition, and we will start.
Two online.
Oh, I apologize for that. Thank you.
Video.
2 online video.
Good evening, board members. My comment tonight relates to the budget update presented at last week's retreat. Back on June 25th, the board was adopting this year's budget and discussing the possibility of spending $500,000 to fund an overnight 5th grade camp. In that meeting, a board member asked about the impact of dropping below the 5% minimum fund balance, and it was confirmed that it would violate board policy, likely result in audit findings, and lead to lower bond ratings. It was mentioned that paying for overnight camp would have a domino effect on the budget, and that it's important to maintain a good bond rating given the district's plan to go out for a bond in 2028. And all of this was related to a $500,000 expenditure. Now, here we are 4 months later, and the budget for the 25-26 school year has changed. The deficit has nearly doubled from $14 million to a whopping $27 million, and that even assumes $8 million in cuts that have yet to be made this school year. But the real hypocrisy is in the minimum fund balance. This budget plan, this $27 million deficit, will erase nearly half of the current fund balance and place the district within $200,000 of the 5% minimum threshold. This year, next August. This isn't some far off risk. You are utilizing all of your financial buffer in the first year of the plan. If this $500 million budget is off by just $200,000, just 0.04%, or if you only manage to cut $7.8 million instead of the full $8 million, then you will be in violation of board policy and put the entire future of the district at risk. Again, that's for this current fiscal year. And if that's not bad enough, you're setting yourselves up for the exact same scenario for each of the following 3 years. If this year goes well, then in 26-27, the district will need to make a massive $30 million cut in a single year, and that will still only leave you $370,000 away from the 5% minimum fund balance. So again, if your budget is off by just $500,000, or if you only manage to cut $29.5 million instead of the full $30 million, you will end up under the 5% minimum threshold. Just 4 months ago, the board balked at spending $500,000 for 5th grade camp, and that didn't even put the fund balance at risk until next year at the earliest. But now the district proposes burning down the fund balance to the bare minimum as fast as possible, and the board is apparently satisfied with the plan. Maybe you don't like it, but you've clearly accepted it as the best option. Based on how the conversation last week went, I have serious concerns that the board does not fully understand the severity of this update. The district has repeatedly operated on optimistic plans with no fallbacks should those plans fall through. I expect this will be yet another example, and the board's lack of leadership here is directly responsible. I've said before, if you don't want to put forth the effort necessary to oversee the district, then please just walk away and let someone else take your place. We cannot afford the kind of apathy that is being displayed, and neither can our kids.
Good afternoon or good evening to the board. This is Kelly Coleman. I am a parent of a student within the Kent School District who's in the special education program at his respective school. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to present. It's definitely a privilege, and apologize that I can't be there in advance. Eyes will look down as I'm kind of reading this to stay within the 3 minutes, and hopefully I give you some time back. So happy Wednesday. I'm sharing a concern about the lack of transparency of my child's progress, and I'm requesting information on how best to get traction with the school directly and or the district if that's appropriate. Not having these answers, the visibility to teaching has been a concern. It's discouraging, it's restrictive, and I feel it's misaligned with the expectations that have been set as we were working through the development of his IEP, the review of last year and moving forward this year. So I've attempted to reach out to the school. I sent an email yesterday morning, that would be Monday morning. And as of close of business today, here on Tuesday, I haven't received a reply and or even an acknowledgement of the receipt of that email, which was sent directly to the instructors as well as the administration within that respective school. So I'm bringing this to the board because I don't know where else to go. I'm dedicated to my son. I want to be the best advocate that I can be for him, to be present and to bring any resource that's necessary to maximize his educational experience. I want him to succeed. I want him to, one, know that he's got that support. And as parents, we want to make sure that we've got that support as well, which we don't feel at this point in time. I've heard these types of observations from parents, be it at different programs and different events, but this is my, excuse me, this is my first time experiencing this firsthand. So I'm ready and I'm supporting and ready to turn this around in a much more positive direction. I just need guidance on how best to engage to ensure that the school exudes a sense of urgency, provides that transparency and clarity required to build the trust from parents to move forward. I do think we've got a lot of potential to move things forward. Just need to be able to step up and make sure that's happening. I appreciate the time. Please feel free, as I think in the submission process, feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to give more detailed information. But my intent here is to ensure that we bring visibility, that we make the positive changes for the good, and that everyone receives benefits, not only my son, but everyone in those programs.
Thank you very much. Now we move to section 4.0 recognition, and we start with item 4.01, Puget Sound Educational Service District ESD accreditation recognition of Kent Meridian High School and Kent Laboratory Academy. And for this, I will call on Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. It's wonderful to have a recognition portion of our agenda and have our Puget Sound Educational Service District partners here. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Reese Johnson first, our Executive Director of School and Leadership Success, to introduce our guests.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. It is indeed a pleasure to have our partners from PSESD to recognize Kent Lab Academy, represented here by Principal Stephanie Knipp and David Radford from Kent Meridian High School. They went through a rigorous, almost 6-month process to earn this distinction. So I'm proud to call up Brad Brown and Joelle Bejarano to come present this honor.
All right. I'll read this because I'm a little nervous and at the same time excited. Even during this time, so I'm going to stay to the script, but also I'm going to stay true to myself. So first, I'd like to say good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, good to see you, known her for years. And I'm here with Joelle Bonarero from the ESD. These are interesting times. So because we work at ESD, we have the pleasure of seeing just a ton of schools. And we know that in the opportunities of leadership, oftentimes you don't get the opportunity to have flowers. And so I'm excited to share some well-earned flowers for the work that you all have done, as well as the principals and the students and it needs to be recognized. So with that said, we at the ESD, again, for those you know, there are 9 of us within the state. So for those that aren't aware of what an ESD or how many are there, 9. And your ESD, which is ESD 121, represents 35 school districts in King and Pierce County. Within that, you're talking about 40% of the state's student population. The pause is intentional. 40%. That's a lot of students, that's a lot of staff, and that's a lot of opportunity to collaborate. And so we're here because you chose that opportunity. And so when we talk about the accreditation process, to simplify it, again, I have 2 pages, so I'm gonna try to do you a favor and just talk layman's. Essentially, it started out, has been somewhat mandatory. Now it's a voluntary opportunity to say, are we really as good as we say we are? Or, because I'm an old country boy, is the barbecue taste really as good as I think it does? Somebody else tastes it. So it's like to have someone come into your kitchen, your personal space that doesn't necessarily have evaluative properties, but really just say, are we as good as we think we are? And more importantly, how can we improve? We have coaches throughout the ESD, which are usually retired principals, so they do know the craft. They're retired administrators. On our team at the ESD, we have folks that are, for lack of a better word, specialists and have a high expertise in their subject matter, which also guide our standards, not only within school districts, but also support the standards of the state. So when we're talking about quality feedback, you're getting high quality feedback, and also, again, a high level of, I would say, vulnerability in regards to the leadership sitting before us tonight. And so I want to honor that. The other part on here, again, I want to make sure I hit in terms of Doris shared that there were the process. There's 6 steps in this cycle. And of those 6 steps, the focus is on data-driven. And so we do make points to check the data, recheck the data, look for progress, student achievement focus, and that's measured in more than just academics. We want to know the well-being of students, right? We're learning math, but we also want to see a smile, whether they have a dental plan or not, right? The other part of that is we're looking at the collaborative part in terms of, are the students involved in their learning? Are the families involved in their learning? One thing I do know about the beautiful school district of Kent is at one point in time, I want to say you all represented 138 languages. I still remember that. How does that show up in your classroom? Which is a beautiful thing in terms of supporting that. And then, rather than read on, I just want to highlight some things that the team thought were just exceptional, and there were many. One is just in both schools, the overall appreciation of students having voice. I think that says a lot about the district, or maybe it's just David and Stephanie, I'm assuming it's more than that. But they felt that within the data and the reports in which they read. Secondly, for Kit Meridian, beyond impressed with the cohesiveness and commitment for school-wide literacy and cycles of inquiry within peer modeling with schools, staff, such as diverse groups and learners. Again, we're in such this AI age. It's beautiful to think that you have the common language of just I see you and belonging that is also accelerating learning. So kudos to you, Principal Radford. The Kent Laboratory, which I haven't visited, but I'm excited to go check this place out. Beyond impressed with the partnership. We oftentimes say in education that schools can't do it alone. Well, how awesome is it to have a partnership with the University of Washington and have four programs with a through line to support the learning? That's quite impressive. And one of the, well, not one, of the many things is how also to introduce students to what's possible. And I know we can say it as much as we want to in terms of post-secondary, but when students start to believe it and want to earn it themselves, that's pretty powerful. And so, with that, I'd like to welcome up Principal David Radford and Principal Stephanie. Yep, come on up. And don't be afraid to smile, you've earned it. And we have, and we kept them in the plastic, just so you know we don't recycle these. They're new, right? And they have your name on them. So, on behalf of the Superintendent Welch of the Puget Sound ESD, we'd like to present, who's that first? The Kent Laboratory with their accreditation, and it's good for 6 years, so we'd like to give this. Next, Principal David Radford. So, it is customary that we capture this opportunity, so if we could we get a picture with the board so that I can show this to my grandchildren? Maybe not.
Yeah, we're gonna scoot to the right. You want to all scoot to the right? Yes. Yes. You want us? You can see. Window. Window. All right. Just a little bit right there. That's good. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you much.
Keep your sugar levels up.
Well, thank you very much to PSESD for the presentation and the hard work, again, from the staff, administration, and students at both Kent Lab and at Kent Meridian High School. I loved hearing, showing what is possible. So we move on to presentations, our first one tonight. And before we do it, just pointing out that our presentations being put into our regular board meeting is a great way that we're able to get the information without having the expense and of having separate meetings. And so while we are having the same amount of learning and knowledge of the district that we've had in past years, we're finding more efficient and better and more effective ways of doing that. And so being able to combine meetings together is a great way that we've been able to do that. So a presentation that we have tonight, we're going to start with 5.01, multilingual education update, and I call upon Superintendent Bella to kick us off.
Thank you, President Margell. I appreciate you saying that, and you just heard Mr. Brad Brown talk about how beautiful Kent School District is. You're going to hear more about that in the wonderful languages that we have spoken in this district, as well as the great programming that's being done and our leadership around professional development and some other pieces. So always a learning opportunity, but always very proud to hear who we are in the Kent School District. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Kim to begin our presentation.
Good evening, President Margell, Board Directors, Superintendent Bell, and Ms. Curry. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our Assistant Director of Multilingual Education Services of Kent School District, Gammy Diaz, to give you a presentation on the wonderful work that is happening across our 44 schools and academies. I also want to point out that this presentation gives you information about the consent agenda item around our transitional bilingual instructional program, the TBIP grant assurances. So you will hear in this presentation the way that we use this grant with other federal dollars in order to serve our richly diverse multilingual students. So with that, Gami.
All right. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. It is a pleasure, honor to share and provide a multilingual education update. The purpose of our presentation today is to provide an overview of an update of KSD's multilingual education programming and the connection with the Transitional Bilingual Instructional Program, or as I'll refer to it in the presentation, TBIP grant. And throughout the presentation, we'll talk more about the cupcake visual to help understand a little bit more about funding. So we'll refer that throughout the presentation. In the agenda, we'll start with an introduction, talk about program demographics, program models and services, professional learning, and system coherence. And these are all components that are required to connect to the grant, to the state grant. On here is our multilingual education mission and vision that was developed back in 2022 and 23. I will give everyone a moment to read that on your own. I did just want to call out a couple of words in our mission and vision: language and culture, empowered, sustainable systems, and most importantly, asset-based, as we talk about multilingual education students and talking about what they bring to the table. Back in 2022, the Kent School District participated in a program review by the Center for Applied Linguistics, or CAL, in 2022. The orange boxes show some of the highlights of recommendations of what to move the work forward in. Throughout the presentation, we will be sharing about the pieces of work that have connected to some of these recommendations. The picture with the apple is Be Glad, and we'll talk about that in the presentation of some teacher training that we are doing. Elevation, our data platform and instructional tool as well. Collaboration, strengthening collaboration across teams. Inclusive practices, that represents the visual of the students with the colors. And then WIDA, which is our state English language development standards and framework. Our team this year, we have our wonderful team members, Bettina George, our admin assistant, Joni Ellingson, our program operations generalist, and we have 3 program specialists supporting our work. Carrie Highlander is supporting our dual language programming and our multilingual education schools, and Karen Wong and Renee Holt support our multilingual education program at the schools. Now we're going to dive into program demographics. As we talked about languages earlier, we're going to go in to share more about the data and what is represented in Kent School District and Kent School District over time. This is a visual representation to show the multilingual education count over the years within the last 10 years. So back in 2014, you can see the percentage of students identified for multilingual education services was at 18%. Throughout the years, there's been a steady increase, specifically within the last few years, higher increase with 2024-25 being at 31.1% of our school district. To see the raw numbers, as of our October 1st counts, we had 7,854 multilingual learners identified, and I'm sure there's more every day since that official October 1st count. This is broken down by grade, so you can see the numbers across K-12. As you see, we have our primary, kinder, and first have higher numbers, and then with the intermediate grades, 5th through 8 as well. This is a breakdown of the race and ethnicity of students that qualify for multilingual education services. The orange represents Hispanic Latino being the highest race and ethnicity represented, and Asian being the second largest race and ethnicity for students that qualify for multilingual education services. We also know that students can qualify for more than one service. So on this page, displaying students that qualify for multilingual education services and an additional service. On the top, you'll see the students that qualify for multilingual education and inclusive education, our dual language program, high cap program, running start, and free and reduced lunch qualifications. And keep in mind, students can qualify for more than one program. We talked about languages. We have 135 languages out of our multilingual education program represented. Keep in mind there are students that are multilingual that may have exited the program or not identified as multilingual that also include in the languages. Out of the students that qualify for multilingual education, there's 135 languages, which Spanish being the highest language spoken across our district, with Dari, Ukrainian, Pashto, and Punjabi being within the top 5. And again, this is for students that qualify for multilingual education services. There are more students that may have exited or don't qualify that are not represented in this number. Add a visual to show the multilingual education enrollment within the top 10 schools. This is the data to show the percentage of multilingual educations within the schools. We have River Ridge and Kent Elementary tied at 57.6% of their total student body identified for multilingual education services. And then on this top 10, you'll see almost all of our dual language schools are 3 elementary, which is Kent Elementary, Scenic Hill, Neely O'Brien, and you'll see Mill Creek Middle School on here. And Kent Meridian High School was just right close to that top 10, didn't make it on the list, but they're really close up there with a high percentage of multilingual education count. And once again, this is all representative of October 1st numbers. Before I talk about the next slide, I wanted to showcase how students exit what we call our multilingual education services, or what the state labels it as English Language Development, or ELD. The state, as I mentioned, we used WIDA, which is our language assessment and tool in our framework. And the colors represents the different levels that are given by the assessment and the state uses. And then there's certain criteria. Students take a test every winter to assess their English language proficiency. The state designs the criteria of the exit status in order to exit the program. And so there's a K1 minimum overall score, grades 2 through 12, and then for students that take the what we call the alternate assessment, the students to exit the program have to meet those pieces of the criteria. And then just wanted to show the visual levels of the colors to show where that level is. And then for students in grades 2 through 12, SBA is also can be used to support exiting the program, and the criteria set by OSPI as well. This now shows the exit rate of multilingual education students at the Kent School District in comparison to our state. On the red, you'll see the Kent School District, and on the blue line, you'll see Washington State. As you can see, there was throughout the years, and then you can see within 22, 23, there's been an increase in students exiting the program, meaning that they're reaching English language proficiency by state criteria. The other part of the grant is to talk about use of funds and staffing. This visual shows multilingual education program staffing over the years. You may see the increase in staffing in the earlier years starting in 22, 23. And then the visual shows more of a flatter line between the last couple of years. Just note, there's been increases in staffing, but as certain schools may decrease, other schools may increase. So the net change is relatively the same between 2024 and 25-26. This visual here shows staffing costs for our multilingual education program. The green represents how we used the state grant to pay for MLE staffing. So this includes our certificated MLE teachers and our classified MLE paraeducators. And then the blue represents the local funds used to complete the total costs of staffing. So over the years, with increase in student enrollment in multilingual education, increased staffing and staffing costs. The next part of the grant talks about program models and how we abide by state guidelines. And we'll talk about the cupcake in the next slide. The cupcake really shows a visual. The cupcake model is often used by the state, so it's not mine. But it's helpful to understand how funding works with multilingual education services and funding streams. The base of the cupcake representing basic education funds. The frosting on the top with the sprinkles that we all love is the TBIP, the state grant, which is supplemental funding. And then the cherry on the top on the red is our federal funding, which is our Title III federal funds, which is also supplemental funding. To show what each piece represents for multilingual education, the basic education, the base of the cupcake represents our classroom teachers of record, K-12, which are paid out of basic education, and our dual language teachers are paid out of basic education as they are teachers of record. The state funding, the TBIP grant that we receive, that's supplemental state funds that we receive, and that funds our multilingual education staff, both our MLE teachers, which do need to hold an ELL, English Language Learner Endorsement, to be certified to serve our students. And their primary job through the use of this grant is to provide English language development and to support the program implementation accountability. The cherry on the top, the red, is our supplemental federal funds, and that can be used for professional development, supplemental ELD curriculum materials, district level MLE program specialist, and family engagement opportunities. These are the three OSPI approved program models that we offer at Kent School District. The first being our dual language program. The dual language program is a basic education program where both students that qualify for multilingual education services and students that are not multilingual learners get to participate. And students in this program learned 2 languages every day to foster bilingualism and biliteracy. This is, by OSPI, the most effective model to support multilingual learners in acquiring English language acquisition. In the middle column is our supportive mainstream program model. This is offered K-12 at all of our schools. Students in this model are included in their general education classroom setting, and they receive services during their instructional day. I provided some visuals to show it can be in the classroom, it can be in a small group, but the services are provided throughout their day. The third program model that we offer in Kent School District is what we call our content-based sheltered instruction. That is offered only at the secondary level as recommended by the state. This program model is where secondary students take 1 class period, and it's majorly made up of multilingual learners, preferably at the more emergent level. This allows them to provide in a sheltered classroom for 1 period, and they are eligible to receive their English language development services and an ELA credit at the same time. So we are not taking an elective credit for them. So they get those dual components. This program model is recommended short term, and the goal is to transition them to our supportive mainstream service after they've reached a level of proficiency. These are the two components that are required for students that receive multilingual education services. The orange side represents what we call designated ELD, English Language Development. The purpose of the orange is for students, multilingual students are required to receive specific English proficiency support, and this is with the use of our standards WIDA. This is typically provided by MLE teachers, MLE paraeducators, and it can look like a small group in the classroom, providing language-specific development with a connection to the core content that they are learning. The other component of services that are required for our multilingual services is our what we call integrated ELD. And that means that our multilingual students deserve to have meaningful access to core grade level academic content instruction. So this is typically can be seen in the classroom, delivered by the classroom teacher, using strong instructional practices to ensure that our multilingual learners are learning the grade level content. And we have MLE staff that can support through the use of co-teaching or co-planning or other collaboration methods to ensure that integrated ELD is occurring within the classroom. This visual shows the continuum of services that we strive for multilingual education. On the left, you'll see the example of multilingual education, teachers or paraeducators pulling students out for ELD instruction, to moving to the right of the continuum where maybe they're pushing into the classroom and supporting, to ideally co-teaching and collaborating to provide ELD services. To the far right of the continuum, the ideal of making sure that our classroom teachers are providing the integrated ELD in the classroom. And I added the visual of the little collaboration link to really showcase that in order to get there, we want to ensure that there is strong collaboration amongst our staff in schools. Once again, all our multilingual students are basic education students first, and so this just emphasizes that although they receive multilingual education services, they might also qualify for other services as well, as they might be entitled through our multi-tiered systems of support. The next part of the TBIP grant that is required is to outline professional learning to support multilingual education services. On the top, you'll see our calling out the WIDA, English Language Development Standards. We are continuing to train all of our MLE staff with the WIDA language standards. And they use these standards to assign goals to students and then progress monitor their language development throughout the year, and using the assessment that they take annually to help start those goals. We're starting to use our Elevation platform within the last year. This is a data platform that allows data management of MLE data, and it provides access to student data to make informed data-driven decisions for all instructional staff. And it also provides strategies, which is a bank of designated and integrated ELD strategies for staff to use. Next is our Guided Language Acquisition Designer, what we call GLAD. This year, we rolled out a GLAD initiative. These are research-based, brain-based strategies that support language acquisition. They're critical for our multilingual learners, but all students benefit. And so it's really a tier 1 instructional support. We are supporting our classroom teachers. We've opened this up not to only train our multilingual education staff, but as we showed the continuum earlier, the ideal having our teachers have those tools. This is one way we're ensuring our teachers have access to high quality training to support in the classroom. And then lastly, continuing our longstanding support of collaboration and co-teaching in KSD, strengthening those models and providing PD for our staff. The last part of the grant is around system coherence and family communication. We at the Multilingual Education Department, we send out communication with our families. Every year, we provide communication to our families with students that are newly identified in the program, students that are continuing to receive the services, their results from their language tests of their WIDA access. And for students that have exited the program, we communicate that to families. And for students that are eligible for Title III American Indian Alaska Native services. Okay, that is the end of presentation. And that is the questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
My apologies. There, it's on. I have a couple of questions. It's not explicit, but you did mention it a few times about exited students. Is the goal to work with them to have them exit the program? Is that kind of like like one of our goals? It's not in our mission, it's not in the vision, but is it kind of like one of the goals of this program is to make them proficient? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The goal is for students to reach the English language proficiency to exit multilingual education services, and within our mission also value their home language as well
Right.
throughout the program.
If I may just add to that, that's within the program and what the program offers. The goal is the same for every kid, right? Our mission and vision is about making sure they meet standards and beyond.
Right.
And in order to do that, they need this foundational piece, which is a goal, because we still need to continue to support them to be successful in meeting those standards and get them across that stage.
Yeah, you're working yourself out of a job. I just want to let you know that that's what you're doing. You make them proficient, and then they don't need you. I do have another question. Do we track students even when they exit? So after they've exit, do we then track them, to Superintendent Vella's point, are we tracking them that they're still proficient, that they're still accelerating, we're seeing them progress? Do we continue to monitor them until they graduate, or we keep data on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. That is a very good question. I think you read my mind that slipped part of the presentation. Yes, students are still tracked. According to federal guidance, they should be tracked even 4 years after they exit the program. So we have, through our Elevation platform, we're able to track, collect quantitative and qualitative data of students from teachers and staff members, so that we can understand if they are still progressing or if there is regression, then we make informed decisions on that data.
Excellent. And then, can I have one more?
Of course.
You talked about how you're co-teaching, or you're working with I'm going to call them regular teachers. I know they're not just regular teachers, but to make it clear for the public.
General education?
General education teachers. How often are you meeting with them? So I'm assuming, is it like, are we doing this monthly? We're like talking to them about, hey, I'm assuming, like, are they collaborating like in meetings and having like strategy conversations about students? Are they doing that?
Yeah, so I believe the question was around when are they collaborating? How often is collaboration? Yes, so from our department, we offer professional development for both multilingual education teachers and opportunities for classroom teachers to engage in some of the best practices and learning. Specifically, we do have PD for co-teaching, and we provide that so that the multilingual education teacher and the general education classroom teacher can come together. So that's offered throughout the year, and I know that buildings also provide very specific strategies. As we showed in the numbers, a lot of our buildings have a large percentage of multilingual education students, so that's written within their building-based professional learning as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Can you go back to the slide where we were looking at the ML reaching proficiency exiting percentage across years when you compare the state and the district? Can you help me understand this graph a little bit more? Because I'm not, I'd like some more context. Because what I'm reading here is just a 1% increase compared to the state level of students who are exiting. What do those actual figures look like? And is this the typical trajectory that you guys are accounting for?
So this slide, when it comes to the percentage, It's out of all the students that are in the multilingual education program for this current school year. And then when they take their tests in the winter, their results come out in the spring. And then out of the students that reach proficiency by the criteria in the previous slide, then they take that percentage of those that exited based on the assessment with those that did not exit from the assessment. And then I believe the second part of the question, is this what we are working towards? As you can see, the percentage is the comparison within the state and with Kent School District. So this is to show where we are in comparison. And so we are seeing a continued up percentage, and I can get back to you on the accurate numbers for 24, 25 as well, because this does show 23, 24.
What I wanted to also add is what this doesn't show is when the student qualified, or how long they've been in program. That's also data the state keeps. So this is just a straight data piece on exiting. But that data also is telling in terms of how long are they in program. When do they come into the program? It's important for us to understand when they come from another district as well. And so I just wanted to add that for more context.
No, perfect. I was just looking for the story behind the numbers. Thank you.
I had a quick question. I was wondering what amount of Title III funds have we lost so far?
So I think the way I'll answer that is just what we've shared thus far is the federal government is holding Title II and Title III, which is already slated to be lost. For this year, and I'm looking at Mr. Parangwal to come on up and just to be very specific on your questions, how much have we lost so far? Mr. Parangwal.
So at the budget adoption, we included $1 million for Title III. As of right now, it is estimated that we're going to lose 70% of that, so approximately $700,000. We have not lost anything because we have not gotten anything from the state, or from the federal government. The way it works is that we receive the money after we spend them. So we spend, we claim, and that's the time we get the money. So at this time, we have not lost anything, but we are slated to lose 70% of that $1 million.
Thank you, Mr. Parangwal.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question. I was wondering, so you're saying 70%. Where are we getting that information from? I just remember reading from OSPI that there wasn't any money being lost. So those two things obviously seem to be at odds with each other. So where is that 70% number coming from?
So there are three proposals at this time. The House Republican proposed 0. The Senate proposed flat funding. The President proposed 70% reduction.
So it's all based on President Trump's numbers? Is that right?
That's what we assume at this time, is that we will lose 70%. Yes.
Why are we basing it on President Trump? I don't follow.
So let me try to add. You said President Trump. The information that's coming into each state, every state is being updated on what you just heard. And for us, to answer your first question, it has not impacted us because we have not received it. The information is that we will lose 70% for Title III. That's every state.
But I understand that, but the information, you're just basing it on the single source of Donald Trump? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, that's just our assumption at this time. I guess conceivably we could use 0%, meaning losing the entire $1 million. Therefore, our cuts would be higher. Or we could also assume that we're going to get a flat funding, which means we are not cutting anything.
Okay, I see. I'm not sure exactly why we're basing it on things like that, because it's all very much up in the air. There's no knowing what is going to happen with that. But you guys have to plan on something, I suppose. So Donald Trump it is.
I would say we all have to plan as a board superintendent governance team. Thank you, Mr. Paragon.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing as none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is 5.02, our transportation update. And again, a call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. I would like to now introduce Dr. Behringer, who will introduce our presenter today for transportation. Dr. Behringer.
Thank you. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. It's my distinct honor to invite someone back to us that sees us every single year. He's back to give us an update on driver staffing, routing updates, an update around our walk boundary updates that we went through last year as he laid out the plan for the next few years. He's going to give us an update on that, as well as some overall transportation updates and celebrations. So Justin Dennison, our Director of Transportation.
All right. Good evening, President Margell, directors of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update about transportation. Starting off with our foundation of our team, which is our drivers. Our drivers are very passionate about safely transporting students each and every day. We had some exciting news over the summer. A couple of our driver trainers, they competed in a state rodeo competition. They were in the inclusive education designation, and Elizabeth Berninger and Sherry Peterson won first place for Washington State. And so the organization, Washington Association of Pupil Transportation, is sending them to the national rodeo competition, which will happen over the Veterans Day weekend. Fortunately for us, we have a workshop day on that Monday, which really helps with time off. So we ended last school year with 117 regular drivers. And our driver trainers over this summer worked to hire and train drivers. We were able to add 9 over the summer. Not quite our goal. Our goal was to be at 130 at this point. An added challenge is that right now I have 9 drivers who are on long-term medical leave. So that really dips into our day-to-day operations and affects our ability to cover everything as timely as we would like to. But as you can see, we have 113 routes each day, 32 of which are inclusive education routes. And we just did our count, our state count. We count 2 weeks in September, all students that get on and off the bus, and we were averaging 8,500 individual students each day. This state has us count AM and PM, and so when we turn in the report, that's going to be more in the 17,000 range, but that's AM plus PM. We were handed a bit of a challenge at the start of the school year with our bus routing software called Edulog. Kent School District has had a relationship with Edulog since 1987. It was one of the first routing softwares that was available. So on the 5th day of school, it went down. There was a network outage with the company that supports us, and they host that software themselves, so we remote into that. They quickly shut it down, and it took them about a couple days to get things back up and running. At the time, fortunately for us, we had already started school, So our routes were all established. We had them all printed in route books. Drivers were able to do their routes, and the public was mostly unaware of this crisis that we were dealing with. Up and coming was preschool, which starts a little bit after the first day of school. And so there was a little bit of a concern that we had these preschool routes that we still needed to do more work on, and we weren't able to work on it. We put out a communication the Friday before and shared with families that we had this issue, and we would update them Monday morning, which was the day before preschool was supposed to start, and let them know where we stood. Fortunately for us, over the weekend on the Sunday, we were able to get reconnected. Not 100%, but well enough for us to get everything in order to start preschool. And so that was a really good outcome, that we didn't have to delay the start. Moving on to where we landed with the walk boundary update. This slide here is taken from the May work session, where we talked about the four-phase plan, 4-year plan, to slowly whittle away at the walk boundaries to reduce them, find for student safety, increased access to school buses. The goal was for this year not to add more general ed routes, but to maximize the capacity we currently had. And we were going to do that by finding some areas where we could bring in the walk boundary, where we had space on buses. And our goal is to get to 300 students as newly eligible bus riders. We also anticipated at the time we were going to add 4 inclusive education routes. Since then, we've added 2, but the year's not over yet, and we are still monitoring the need to add more. Our goal was to get to 130 bus drivers. Right now, we're at 125, so we are continually training. We start a new person next week. This is where we landed as of October. We added busing eligibility for 256 students, and that's at all different grade levels, and most schools were affected. So that was a success. We're close to our goal. We're still continuing to work towards it. And then I've kind of already touched on where we are with our goal for 130 drivers. Last May, I came to the board with a purchase request for school buses, and we are expecting 4 of our Bluebird school buses to arrive next month. These are wheelchair accessible buses. You'll see what really stands out is our order from Shetke Northwest, which is the dealer for Thomas. We ordered those buses, over 2 years ago, in September of 2023, and we have still not received them. There was a backlog at their assembly plant, some issues with that really stalled things out, and it not only affected our district, but it affected all of the districts that ordered buses from Thomas at that time frame. So hopefully this next month, we're going to have 8 new wheelchair accessible buses. Our drivers are very excited about that, and we really need them, so looking forward to that. And then at the same time, we ordered those buses from Bluebird. We ordered a different style of Thomas bus, a full-size transit general ed bus, and right now that's on track for March. So we're still hopeful that we get that. The funds that we are using for this purchase are from the Transportation Vehicle Fund that can only be used for purchasing school buses. And when we purchase school buses, we retire old buses that go to surplus, they go to auction. The funds from that, which are typically pretty small, $3,000, go into the Transportation Vehicle Fund. Just updating you on our fleet inspection from the summer. We had a 99% pass rate. 2 buses were put out of service during that. Fairly minor issues that were corrected the same day. One was a tire sidewall issue, and the other was a frayed belt. We usually catch those during our pre-inspection, but at that time, they were seen as a not pass by the State Patrol. We fixed it the same day, re-inspected, and our fleet is 100% passing. Some exciting news is a pilot we're working on with a company called Bus Patrol for stop paddle cameras. This is something that, since I've started in this position, that bus drivers have been asking for. Our community has been asking for it as well. I receive calls from parents frequently asking if we have them because they just witnessed a motorist pass the school bus. So we're working with this company called Bus Patrol, and they provide equipment at no cost to school districts. They make all their money through a portion of the citation that's collected. So we want to test this and see how this works. So we are going with 5 school buses to start, and we're planning to install these cameras on 5 buses on the second or third week of November. Then we're going to have the buses run for a month and see how many of these stop paddle violations occur. We'll collect data on this, and then that data will help inform our next decision-making point. We will share this information not only with the school district leadership, but the board as well. All right, that covers what I have to talk about today, and just in summary, this is what we talked about. Let me know if you have any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
So kids take the bus in the morning, they take the bus in the afternoon. Should parents, if they know their student is not going to take the bus over time, what I mean, like, they always have to have a ride to school because they have something in the morning, so they're gonna be driven, but they are gonna ride it in the afternoon. Is that something that parents should be telling transportation, like, hey, my student is eligible for the bus, but they're not gonna ride in the morning? Is that helpful to know, or is that not important? Do we just base it off the numbers?
So it's not necessary for us to know for the general education setting because the bus is going to complete those stops regardless.
Regardless,
Yeah. If there's a stop where they're the only pickup,
right,
and that's, like a rural road and it's their end of their driveway type thing, then yeah, that would be helpful for us to know that we don't need to stop there. What we typically do now is when drivers have a situation like that, they just write it in their notebook, in their route book that says no AM or no one for this stop. In the in the special education setting, yes, we like to know AM and PM whether they will need it or not. It affects timing, and since the students need to be met, then that can affect every other parent on that route for their timing.
Yeah, because if you aren't dropping off the first student, that you're going to get them early, and I'm not going to be there for 10 minutes. That's
Correct.
really important. Okay. I just wanted to call that out because from my kid rides the bus, she's there, but there are days when can you drive me to school? Because she wants to be driven. But I was thinking, should we tell transportation that if they're not going to ride or need to ride? So thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Song?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one that just came to mind after hearing about the Stop Paddle project, what is the, collateral that this agency or organization is receiving by allowing us to be a part of the pilot project? Because when I hear free,
their hope is that we sign on our entire fleet of 150 buses, and that our vehicles will be the vessel for them to collect the citations. There's other parts of this company as far as that they help with communication to the community. They have shared that 90% of the motorists who receive a citation don't receive a second one. So the goal is that makes the community safer when we don't have motorists illegally passing school buses. There's a lot of outreach that needs to happen because not everybody knows the rules, or maybe they don't understand it's illegal to pass a school bus.
Okay. And then so say we go through with the pilot project and we're like, this isn't really working out. Since now a lot of this, tech has been installed on our buses, they'll also just take it back?
Yes, there's in the agreement, they will, if we decide not to move forward, they will uninstall all the equipment and repair it as close to new as possible. All their expense.
Okay, and then my second question that I had was, how does the bus routes impact the more unique situations that we have with some of our schools where we have things like earlier pickups, transportation from sports? One that's coming to mind is like River Ridge. Thinking about equity, that's our only school in the district that's not able to participate in sports because there's no bus and transportation to allow them to do this due to just geography and logistics. And so are there additional plans in here that incorporate and include some additional routes or schedules to allow our students, like our students at River Ridge, to participate in extracurriculars?
Specific to River Ridge, not currently, no. I mean, we don't provide a lot of transportation for elementaries to athletics. What we do is we do after-school runs for secondary level. And then River Ridge does have an after-school program that there is transportation for. But that's for students who are attending River Ridge, and then they get delivered home after attending the program there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question kind of in the same vein as Director Song. So there were some articles that I read after reviewing this that spoke to this being done in Florida. And one of the things that people had complained about is that they're keeping 70% of the fines. The rest of it ends up, I guess, with the district, I would assume. And I'm just curious because that seems like we are allowing them to gather all of those camera feeds going into their databases, what have you. But that would be, a lot of times you would have information in there of like pictures of kids as they're getting on and off the bus and things of that sort, as well as, the cars and whatnot. What is our data sharing agreement with them? Are we allowing them to keep all data? Do we have a destruction of data policy written in there? Like how are we protecting the privacy and whatnot of the citizens around us?
Yeah, so they have all of the data they keep on their own servers, and it's automated. They automate it and they send it to law enforcement. And so a law enforcement agent or a police officer actually reviews the footage and checks off that, yes, indeed, this was a citation. We got to remember that this is a public setting. This is a public road. There's not a lot of privacy on a public road. So as far as student images and things of that nature, we would probably expect them to be redacted. I'd need to go back and look closer at that
Yeah,
piece.
we would follow our normal policy around student identifiable pictures that you mentioned. Yeah.
And where would we be able to review that contract? Do you have that available somewhere?
So this is a pilot that we are entering with only 5 buses, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's something that I would, or my team would be reviewing.
Okay, but I'm very interested in this.
Sure.
To me, I'm very concerned about data integrity and the lack of security protocols put in place by many companies. Not saying that this was one of them, but companies as large as Amazon and Microsoft have been sued for similar, lapses of judgment. And so I would appreciate being able to take a look at that. And honestly, I don't know why we wouldn't make that contract available to the public, because there are quite a few people in the public that also might be interested in seeing what we are writing a contract with a company that is going to have cameras attached to our school buses. I know that this is a public setting and all of that, but to me that it screams 1984 to me. And I'm not a big fan of adding additional cameras anywhere that we don't have to.
Well, again, this is a pilot. It doesn't mean that we're doing this. It means that we're going to gather information including any kind of data agreements that would not be meeting district policy or following any guidelines that we currently have. So I will certainly include information in our weekly for the board and continue to keep the board posted and the community as we move ahead with this pilot.
Well, if we're doing a pilot, I assume that means our data is going to be shared to them, and that's the part that I'm concerned about. So, the idea that it just being a pilot, even if it's just 5 buses, that's still 5 buses more than I would prefer. So, if we're not going in and reviewing it, how do we know what is being shared and what isn't?
We will
and
be
you're saying that you're going to review that before you allow it to be shared or something?
No,
and
that's not what I said.
That flies in the face of all sort of, oversight of any sort.
No, it's not what I said. What I said is we will continue to follow board policy as it relates to student information that you shared, that you mentioned. And I too would be very concerned with any data sharing that would be inappropriate. And so just want to be clear about that.
Okay. I don't know how the rest of this board feels, but I would really prefer that this is posted publicly. This contract should be something that is known to our community entirely. There's no reason for us to hide it. I don't know how the rest of my board feels about that, though.
Could you elaborate on any other districts in the area that might be using this service?
Yeah, there's other districts who have a different company they use. There's a company called Vera Mobility that we met with a couple years ago. They had a completely different model for how they processed the citations, but it was very similar in the effect that it was automated, and Issaquah uses them. Seattle Public Schools, they have a contractor first for student, but they have them on their buses. Renton has them. Vera Mobility is with Renton. And so, yeah, we've explored this pretty extensively with other companies, and, we get a lot of questions in favor of it from the public that have reached out to me and our driving force. Really want illegal passing the bus illegally to stop or to be addressed somehow.
How many, does Renton School District have all of their buses? Do all of them have cameras? Does Seattle have all of them, or are they on specific routes?
I know Renton has them on all of them.
So they're on all of their buses
Yeah, it's
now?
on every bus, and so that way, if your bus is down, you're in a spare bus, it's still out there.
It's still
A
out.
uniform fleet, yeah.
I don't hear anything from the rest of my board members on whether they agree we should be posting this contract. It is a public contract after all, and people could ask for it through a public records request. There's no reason why we shouldn't just post it ourselves proactively.
I want to clarify the request, Vice President Cook. Do you want to publish the entire agreement online, like what we've agreed to, or?
Yeah, it's a public contract. Everything we do is public. There's no reason for us to be hiding this in any way. That could be, like I said, requested through a public records request. So I don't see why we wouldn't want to share that before we go into any sort of contract with any entity with something like this as part of it. That's just my opinion, though. That's what I'd like to hear from my fellow board members.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
From my perspective, this is a pilot. You're way ahead of us here. We have to see if it works and how it works for us, and then at that point, we get concerned.
We already have a process in place, and so that people can get the contract, and for me, I would encourage people to be able to continue to get the contract as we have every other contract available. And so I wouldn't say that this one's any different than any other contract is how I would treat this. I would look towards consistency. But, and truly, I mean, this really involves any driver on any public road. So anybody who would like to look at that could.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there will be a big outreach that's going to happen. It's definitely not a secret, so.
No,
yeah.
I mean, I do have a concern, and I think I tell this to my kids. If you get something for free, what you're giving is your personal data. And so that's just a mom to her kids using cell phones. And so, but I do believe that, data security is important. And so I just encourage with anything that we have out there, what that looks like, making sure that that's done appropriately.
Yeah, I think what would be beneficial is, could we have additional presentations and information from Stop Paddle?
Yes, Bus Patrol is the company, and they have offered to come and speak to our leadership whenever requested. So.
Yeah. I mean, maybe perhaps before getting to the point where we're posting everything, kind of jumping ahead of things, it'd be nice, because I'm assuming the pilot project isn't happening tonight, right?
No, we were planning for installation like the third week of November.
Okay. I mean, before then, do you think there'd be enough of an opportunity or timing to schedule so that we can just hear a little bit more? Because all we heard today was Stop Paddle and pilot. I think hearing directly from them could be helpful for us as we start to move forward with this. That way we have some preemptive data by the time we go through the pilot and then re-engage in this conversation.
We will reach out to them and see what their availability is. Yeah.
I would appreciate that as well. Thank you.
I had a question. Sorry. This morning, I was listening to on KUOW, love KUOW. They were talking about fire trucks and how they're made to order, heavy. The companies don't make their own engines, have to order them. And there seems like a lot of similarities to school bus orders, and that there's a huge delay in them. Price increases significant. Mm-hmm. Am I making up these assumptions in my head, or is that what we're also experiencing with school buses? Could you elaborate a little bit on that, availability and prices?
Yes. So we haven't seen any price changes. What we locked into is what we're paying because we signed that contract, although, there have been warnings that if there was increased prices because of tariffs, they could pass those along. Mm-hmm. That has not come to fruition for us, but it's certainly a possibility in the future. There's some unpredictability there with materials and supplies.
Thank you. Yep. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
Our next section is our legislative update. This is when I make a comment to everybody, letting you know that this is the last moment to get any comments into our blue box. Thank you very much. I don't see anybody. So I will call upon Director Clark for our legislative update.
My only comment is, of course, this is a supplemental year, so the state budget is 2 years, and the biggest part is the first time around. That's why it's a 90-day session. This will only be a 60-day session, and very clearly it's intended to basically fill with holes and deal with things that were not addressed in the previous session, but, well, anyway, so that'll take care of itself. So that's all I have.
Thank you, and my apology to the board, and I was just writing too many notes about our presentations, and I accidentally skipped the superintendent report. So we are going to go from 7.0 back up to 6.0.
His has to be shorter than mine.
I second.
I second.
Perfect. So 6.01, the superintendent report. Superintendent Vela, my apologies, and
no problem.
Thank you.
Noted. I'd like to, again, start with some celebrations and some acknowledgements. The first is October is National Principals Month, in case you didn't know, and I wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of our principals. You are the anchors of our schools, navigating challenges, calibrating successes, celebrating them as well, and always keeping students at the center. Thank you for your tireless work, for your commitment to excellence, and your role in shaping the future of the Kent School District. We see you, we appreciate you, we celebrate you, not just this month, but every day. Our Nakia Academy, in support of our strategic plan, Goal 4, investing in diverse workforce and inclusive workplace cultures, the Kent Education Association is partnering with the Washington Education Association to invest in our BIPOC educators by bringing the Nakia Academy to the Kent School District. This academy's purpose is to strengthen, mentor, guide, and collaborate with the next generation of our leaders. A special thanks to our mentor program specialist, Ashley Dwight, and our multilingual education teacher, Annie Abraham, for leading 8 hybrid sessions over the next 6 months. We're proud to support this work that strengthens connections with students and communities by centering diverse histories into classroom practices and curriculum. I also like to give a shout out to Brandy and Christina in our sub-services office and thanking our HR team for their focused efforts to prepare for the beginning of the school year. Your work brought 94 teachers, 29 paraprofessionals, and 16 clerical guest staff. Because of your dedication in 25-26 school year began with a strong, reliable substitute pool. Thank you, Brandy. We appreciate your commitment to excellence and readiness. Thank you to our families for taking time just this last week to attend elementary conferences. You may have seen buses on the road in the middle of the day. Your partnership is essential in supporting student growth and success. Also, I want to thank our teachers for the time and care they put into preparing for these conversations and conferences, many of them held with students. These conferences are a powerful example of how collaboration between home and school helps students thrive. We appreciate your commitment to working together to support every child's progress and goals. And also, thank you to you, our board, for attending the recent board retreat and engaging in thoughtful discussion and leadership as we navigate our financial challenges together. We remain committed to transparent communication and working in partnership with the board to make informed, student-centered decisions. A reminder that next Monday, October 27th, 5 p.m., once again, co-hosting a chat with the superintendent at Centro Rendu, downtown Kent. These listening sessions will help ensure that every voice in our community is heard. As you are aware from the budget presentation on October 15th, Kent School District is facing significant financial challenges. These stem from declining enrollment and reductions in federal funding, issues that are impacting districts across Washington state. Our projected budget gap for 25-26 school year has increased from $14.9 million to $35.3 million. To minimize disruption, we plan to use $12.4 million from our unassigned fund balance and make approximately $8 million in reductions this school year. This will maintain the board policy required 5% unassigned fund balance. The unassigned fund balance exists to support the district in times of financial uncertainty and to ensure continuity of operations. Using these funds helps preserve the stability of our workforce and maintain essential services for students and staff for this school year. We are currently exploring cost-saving measures, efficiencies, and revenue enhancements across all areas of the district. We anticipate this funding gap to continue for the 26-27 school year. To remain fiscally solvent and maintain the 5% unassigned fund balance, budget reductions of approximately $30 million will be necessary. Our leadership team remains focused on transparent, student-centered decision-making and will keep you informed as we move forward together as one KSD. Thank you for your continued support and partnership. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. We now move on to section 8.0, discussion and approval.
Ed, did you ask if there were any other public comment?
I did not see any in the box.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, thank you. I appreciate the help on it. I'm having maybe some harder night than others. We now move on to discussion and approval. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval of 801 gifts and donations.
Second?
The motion's been made and seconded. We are now open for discussion.
I'd just like to acknowledge Kent Meridian High School got a donation from Northwest Canine Sniffers for ASB student needs to the tune of $1,100. And Scenic Hill Elementary's PTA managed to raise $6,000 for field trip expenses. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion's been made for approval of item 8.01, gifts, donations, and memorials acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion,
Aye.
the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Director Cook.
I make a motion to approve 8.02, sixth reading and approval of policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.02, sixth reading and approval of policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship. We are now open for discussion.
So on this one, I'm a bit concerned about the procedure that we are adding in relation to the changes that we are making on the policy of 1620. It sounds very restrictive for our staff, especially given the fact that many of our staff are constituents of the Kent School District. And for them to be able to contact their board, they now would need to go through the superintendent. I don't even know that that's something that would be advisable legally, but maybe if we could have our legal representative come up and maybe give us a rundown of how this would impact our community and their elected representatives.
Can I, just to clarify on this one, because I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Are you talking about 1620 or 1620P?
It's 1620P. Obviously, when we change policy, often procedure also changes, and this procedure is brand new. We've never had a procedure attached to 1620 in the past, so this would be brand new for our school district altogether.
And Director Cook, I don't disagree with you that there's a couple sentences within the attached procedure that I also have questions on. I'm wondering if it's possible for us to, because I know that is in informational, but I did want to address that tonight too. I personally would like to put forth, if you're comfortable, because of being at sixth reading and following WASDA, if we're comfortable with the policy, and since we have had this policy before without procedure specifically, that we can separate those two and then talk about the sentences that I think we all might have, not all, but at least several of us have concerns on.
Yes.
And so we can have those addressed because we can take those separately. Is that I see head nods in here that look comfortable with that, but.
I'm okay with it.
But if, I want to make sure that you're okay with us moving forward on 1620, and then let's address 1620P.
My concern there is that we technically don't have any control over 1620P or any procedure that gets put in place, and so it's going to likely affect my choice in voting on this policy if we don't address the concerns for the procedure first. But if the rest of the board is okay with voting for this without knowing that we're going to be able to do anything about the procedure that is going to be in place after this, that's up to each person's vote.
I would say that I think we actually have even more ability to change the procedure. While it doesn't have to be voted on as a matter of the board, we've always had the ability to go in and change procedure whenever we have a concern with it, and I've never had a time when we haven't been able to do that. So I feel like that's something that we can, and I would like to say that since you're concerned, and believe me, I hear you, I'd also like to look at a couple sentences in 1620p.
Yeah, and like I said, it will influence my vote tonight. I can't, in good conscience, vote for something like this, knowing that 1620p is still there. So to me, without discussing it beforehand, it will cause me to vote this down, even though we've done it 6 times and all of that. I just can't, in good conscience, choose to vote for something with this kind of hanging around its neck.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we always encourage all of our board members to vote their conscience. I feel comfortable moving forward. We're using the exact language as asked for from WASDA. We have had several readings of this.
I mean, I would hope that we're not doing things just because we're worried about how many readings we've had. I mean,
no,
that
I think
seems
that
arbitrary.
we've read through it enough that I feel comfortable moving forward.
I understand.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion on the floor for acceptance of 8.02, sixth reading and approval of policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship.
Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yep. Director Gregory.
Aye.
Director Song.
Aye.
Director Clark.
Aye.
Director Cook.
Nay.
And I am a yay. The motion passes 4-1. Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to approve 8.03 retirement of policy 1750, retired member of the board.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for item number 8.03, retirement of policy 1750, retired member of the board. We are now open for discussion.
I just want to point out to our community, if they haven't had the chance to watch our discussion on this matter, the reason that we are retiring this is that the North Puget Sound League does not allow for this type of policy to be in place. So that is the reason we are retiring it.
I would say there's a little correction to it. It's not just the North Puget Sound League, there's a tax implication and that, or not tax, but benefits
Gift of
given.
public funds.
Gift of public funds. So I believe it's more of at a state level, but because it is through the North Puget Sound League that attaches to us, but this would be any district, whether they're NPSL, SPSL.
Yeah, that I just wanted to make sure people knew it wasn't like there wasn't some other weird reason.
Yeah, no, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of 8.03, retirement of policy 1750, retired member of the board. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval of 804, approval of policy 2320, student travel, field trips, and excursions.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.04, fourth reading and approval of policy 2320, student travel, field trips, and excursions. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, there's a motion on the floor for approval of 8.04, fourth reading and approval of policy 2320, student travel, field trips, and excursions. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to approve 8.05, second reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues from local, state, and federal sources.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of 8.05, second reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues for local, state, and federal sources. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, there's a motion on the floor for approval of 8.05, second reading and approval of policy 6100, revenues from local, state, and federal sources. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to approve 8.06, second reading and approval of policy 6101, federal cash and financial management.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of 8.06, second reading and approval of policy 6101, federal cash and financial management. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, there is a motion and second on the floor for approval of item 8.06, second reading and approval of policy 6101, federal cash and financial management. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval of 807, retirement of current policy 6102, federal impact funds.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.07, retirement of current policy 6102, federal impact funds, Indian. We are now open for discussion.
I just want to point out to the community that this is being retired because it's folded into other policies that we have.
Thank you very much. Seeing that there's no further discussion, there's been a motion made and seconded for approval of 8.07, retirement of current policy 6102, federal impact funds, Indian. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I motion to approve 8.08, second reading and approval of new policy 6102, district fundraising activities, previously policy 6130, district fundraising.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of 8.08, second reading and approval of policy 6102, district fundraising activities, previously policy 6130, district fundraising. We are now open for discussion.
Just for the community, again, the reason that we're doing this is to bring it in line with the policies that WASDA has and the numbering system that they are using.
Thank you very much. Seeing that there's no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.08, second reading and approval of policy 6102, district fundraising activities, previously policy 6130, district fundraising. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Sorry, I didn't say aye, but aye.
Oh, I apologize. Is there, sorry, all those in favor, I'm going to do the count again. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to approve 8.09, retirement of policy 6103, applications for competitive grants.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.09, retirement of policy 6103, applications for competitive grants. We are now open for discussion.
This is the same reason as the other one that we were retiring, just bringing things in line with what we should be expecting.
Thank you, Director Cook. Seeing no further discussion, there's been a motion made and seconded for approval of 8.09, retirement of policy 6103, applications for competitive grants. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Director Song, was that an aye too?
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh,
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 810, second reading and approval of policy 6131, charities.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 6.10, second reading and approval of policy 6131, charities. We are now open for discussion.
Sorry for stepping on your toes there, Director Clark. I just was feeling a little left out.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of 8.10, second reading and approval of policy 6131, charities. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Director Cook, was there an aye on there?
Yeah.
Great.
Aye.
Perfect. The motion passes 5-0. Our next section is our consent agenda. Is there any items that anybody would like to pull?
I move approval of consent agenda items 901 through 911.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for the approval of consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.11. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.11. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. Informational. Could we talk about the procedure that's attached with
1620.
1620? Yep. I think the question that I have, and I think looking at head nods and also reading the room with Director Cook is the question that all communication or reports to the board or individual board members from principals, supervisors, teachers, or other staff members will be submitted through the superintendent. It seems overly broad and overly reaching to me.
Can I also have a comment? My concern with that, I have the same concern with that one statement, because oftentimes we'll be, in our board capacity, we'll be on a meeting, right? So we're meeting with the principal, or we're talking about something, and they're communicating to us, and it's a communication. It's not necessarily a report. We're just like checking in with them, or we're doing a school tour or something, and this feels like it will impact that. If the superintendent wasn't with me, right? Or I wasn't with a delegate of the superintendent. So I am concerned with, they wouldn't be able, I'm sure it's not meant to be written that way, but that's how it feels. Like, I can't go to a meeting, a principal meeting, and have a conversation.
Well, Director Song and I had the opportunity to go visit some schools the other day, and we had Mr. Pan with us, and which was arranged exactly as it should have been through
Right.
the superintendent's office.
Exactly, yes.
But the principal shared and gave us the report of the school, and it feels like it would be in violation of this one.
Yes, that's my concern, that we're in violating if we are appropriately talking to them in our capacity.
Yeah, I guess my concern is something similar. Many of us have children in the district, and I'm often at my children's school, and so there's a plethora of times that I'll be talking to them about whatever might be going on in their school, but it's not. I don't mean anything by it. They don't mean anything by it, but we definitely are discussing things about the school, and that I think would go against this.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. I don't want them to violate it, right? An innocently violation of it.
Yeah.
Because it's all communications. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
That
so-
felt broad to me.
No, I appreciate the board's, and I appreciate that this is a conversation.
Yeah.
That I certainly am noting that, because I just now found it in my list and reading it. So I certainly will take a look at that, because I think some language in there might need to be tweaked to make sure that we're not violating something and we're following proper channels of communication.
Right.
I think that's what the board's most interested in.
Yeah, I don't want it, I don't, because it says all communications. It's like, oh, we went to the school and they told us that the plumbing is bad and they're working with the plumber. And they've given me a report. And I'm like, oh, well, wait a minute. I should have heard. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like an innocent.
Yeah.
And to Vice President Cook's point,
Yeah.
I'm at my children's school and people will come up and talk about,
Yeah.
this is going
So if
bad.
the-
And you're like, oh.
If the board would consider me taking a look, this is WASA language, this is not our language.
Oh, okay.
And so I want to be able to kind of take a look and ask some questions about that. So what was their intent? Because there may be something that they weren't thinking about. So if you give me that opportunity, I will certainly do that.
Can I just make sure I understand it procedurally? So we have, the board has passed 1620, and so that was just voted on tonight. We will, because of our concerns for this language to be looked at before it goes into place, 1620 is in place, but 1620P is not in place until this comes back to the board for us to review.
Yes, and as I've shared in the past, procedures can be changed at any time. Because laws change. I think we talked about this at one of our work sessions. We don't always wait for policy. Sometimes they don't catch up. Or maybe we haven't taken a look at one, as you had a couple today. So yeah, I want to make sure the procedure piece can always be updated, posted, depending on what changes there are. And so I want to be able to do that with WASDA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other question. So you said that this is the model policy from WASDA, is that correct?
I did, say again?
You had mentioned that this was the model policy from WASDA. Is that right?
This is WASDA's procedure.
Okay,
And
sorry.
WASDA's
Yes,
policy.
procedure, not policy.
Both, I think.
So nothing's been changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I'm looking at Mazda's model procedure here, and the C, visits to schools, is different. The one that we have states as such that you can see. The one from WASDA's model procedure states individual board members interested in visiting schools or classrooms will make arrangements for visitations through the principals of the various schools. I know that's a little tiny bit of a change there, but that is different. So why was that changed?
Yeah, not sure, but I think I'll take that into same consideration as the other language, so thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
I also have questions about the non-recommended activities list. And I understand that this is, I see clear risk on here and I see insurance program. So I know that a lot of this has to do with the things that are not recommended, like dunk tanks. They're kind of fun. Can't have dunk tanks, I get it. But there's things like swimming activities, water polo, and other activities I know that we do. Overnight camping trips is listed on here.
Yeah.
So could you just give some clarity about what this is and how it's used within our district?
Can you repeat that one?
The list informational about non-recommended activities. And here, I can share my screen too.
Yeah. Which number is that?
It's USIP.
Which number?
It's 2320P,
Got it.
Exhibit K.
And the point where it speaks about it is on page 1 of 2320P, not the additional piece that you're looking at now, but the main one there.
Yeah, yeah, I'm glad I saw that. This could have something to do with potentially liability. Just
I
reading
assume
some of
so.
those.
I mean, when it's
Yeah.
coming from the insurance company, I
Yeah.
have no doubt on that. But these are activities that we do within
Like the
our
camping.
districts.
Yeah, camping.
Yeah, we have had outdoor overnight camp before. We have swimming
Yeah.
activities.
Yeah, I think some of these are definitely liability as I read those. But some that we do, I think we need to cross-reference what we do for camp. And, what it is that we are doing, we need to align this. So back to the main thing, align the procedure with what we actually are doing to make sure it's aligned with the policy.
I was also curious about if this was associated with a specific event, like is it purely for fundraising in general?
Yeah, that was my question.
This is for field trips and excursions.
Oh, sorry, I missed that piece.
Yeah.
So, again, I go back to we have, just in case anybody's interested, girls' leagues this week and districts coming up, and there will be a field trip associated with that. And that is a swimming activity, and state coming up in mid-November.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things I will say, so yeah, this is field trip. The process to fill out a field trip form includes in it volunteer lists, making sure volunteers are trained, make sure that they're aligned with policy. And so the activities need to make sure that they are allowable and not a liability issue. And so that's what I would say that we need to be able to do. Are you saying that there's activities that are done that we don't know about or are
No,
not
that
on
we're
this
doing
list?
that. It sounds like we're contradicting and we're breaking our own policy.
Got it.
Right.
Got it.
But
Yeah.
I think maybe we're overreaching it because I think it's intended to be, if you are going on a field trip, if you are taking students and going on a field trip, these are the activities you cannot go do. You can't go do dodgeball. You can't go and do go-kart driving. You can't go do ice fishing. So you can't go and take a group of students and go do that activity. I don't think they're talking about it not in the context of a sporting event or in a, sports is sports, right? Not a field trip.
I would say that other than I read the other attachment of 20P, and the second or the third section is athletic field trips.
I
Yeah.
didn't see that. Hold on.
It also states in there the
Under
trip,
student
like when it defines trip sponsor, it says any staff member who wishes to accept the responsibility to plan student travel away from school premises. That's pretty broad. Like that doesn't give you any indication if it's supposed to be just for field trips, if it's just supposed to be things that are beyond that, which is, normal travel. It just says anything that's away from school premises. So that, I mean, that could be anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. Is there a
Yeah.
way, Superintendent, if we can just come back and get some more clarity around what the intent was?
Well,
what the
what I will
timeline
do is come back to you, the board,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
share with you. I think I want to peruse all of these, not just those, to make sure they're aligned. Again, back to what I said earlier, I want to make sure that we're aligning them to make sure there isn't discrepancy. I just heard a couple right here, now I'm concerned about more
Yeah,
that
I
there
mean-
might be.
And even
I-
free running, like we go on a trip and a kid wants to take a lap around the block, we can't do that.
Or
It just,
powder puff football. I mean,
I do want to know more about Gaga Ball though.
yeah, I got
Why is that on?
It's super
Definitely. We'll look at all of them.
and there's some of them I have no idea what they are. Obviously, bungee jumping, we're cool with being on here probably, but
Well, you're such a party pooper.
I know.
Not
No
It is
party.
true.
I want to go ice fishing. Come on now.
Yeah, so some more insight into this would be helpful for us.
Yep, thank you very much. We do read the attachments.
We do read them.
Anything else in our informational pieces? Seeing as there is none, we move on to communication. We have exhausted any communication from either our students or non-students, and so we will move on to 11.02, board reports and discussion, and I will invite Director Gregory to kick us off.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that there is a lot of sporting events going on, and as we had a student earlier about choir, I have requested the different pieces. My girls are involved in different activities, and I do participate in those, so I highly encourage you to go and attend choir and orchestra and band, of which I was a member, so I'm passionate about those things. And I want to have a shout out to Kentwood. Their homecoming is this weekend. I thoroughly enjoyed homecoming for Kent Ridge was last weekend. So I'm excited about seeing all the people at the game and having a fun time. And also, I hope everybody is safe. The winter is upon us. It's getting colder in the morning, and I want to remind everybody, transportation-wise, please have reflective items on your person in the morning going to the bus. There was a couple of dodges this morning in my neighborhood with kids in all black with no white on and no way to see them, and they're running across the street. So I just want to remind everybody now that it's getting darker, or it's still darker in the morning, to make sure that we're wearing reflective gear and be safe out there.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Director Song.
Yeah, I just want to start with thanking all of our students again. This is the time and part of the year where we start to see the emergence of all the different hard work that our students have been putting into their performances, their athletics. And so I do encourage as much of our community members to come join us at these different events. And also speaking to students and families, if there are particular performing arts events that are occurring, it's hard for me to keep track of all the schools and everything that's going on. And so please email the board and let us know what's happening. That way we can put that on our calendar and our radar. The other just public announcement I want to make, because I've seen this multiple times, because I keep choosing to leave for work when the bus arrives in front of my house, is when you see the stop sign coming out of the bus, that's still not an indication of I speed up to go around the bus. And I've seen that happen numerous times as kids are still trying to cross the street and reach the bus in time. So please, please be mindful, especially as it's still dark outside in the mornings, to be careful about our children. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Song. Director Clark.
I stopped by Kent Meridian as the principal has been assisting me on a project, and I wanted to catch up on a schedule of a meeting time. And of course, he was busy, so I was sitting in the office, and it was lunchtime, and there was a young lady sitting there waiting for assistance from one of the administrators. And one of the vice principals at KM came through, and there was a very impassioned conversation between the young lady and the vice principal. And when they were done, I said to the vice principal, I didn't recognize the dialect of the language that you were using. And he said, well, it's Farsi, you know, common in clearly Afghanistan. I also speak Dari, Pashtun, and Punjabi. And I thought to myself, that represents, of course, timely hiring to try and deal with the particular populations that we're dealing with, and the expertise that you find among the administrators that serve in our buildings.
Thank you, Director Clark. Vice President Cook.
All right, so today I was lucky enough to go see my kid go play in a cornhole match down in Tacoma. And so it was really neat to get to see the kids at the cornhole for the district here, at least at Kentwood. I'm not sure if it's at the other schools or not. We have a unified sport. So it's similar to our unified sport in basketball when we have the Pack the Gym event. And so I just wanted to congratulate our students on a wonderful performance out there. It looked like they all had a really good time, a lot of fun. And so I'm hoping that we can continue this partnership with Tacoma and maybe even expand it. I think that would be really great. So I hope that that just continues to build as things go along. But that also means that the basketball unified sport is going to be starting up right now. So hopefully if any parents are out there or kids are watching, please take a chance and go help out with that. It's such a great program. It helps our youth with disabilities, and it is just a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to going out to that again, and I believe that's usually January or so that we have that event. So it should be fun. Outside of that, things have been going pretty well, I think, and looking forward to just continuing the work here to try and weather this storm of financial issues that we are facing, just like every other district, it seems. So hopefully we can get some more information as to how we're going to resolve these issues and see what it is that we need to be looking at for, cuts if we have to, or changes to things to make this budget work. So I'm looking forward to that, and hope everyone has a wonderful time until then.
Thank you, Vice President Cook. For my board report tonight, first I would like to thank the board administration for our budget workshop and our retreat that we had last week, and thank you to the community that either came and watched or has watched online. We know that this is vitally important to us, and taking the thoughtful approach to what that looks like, because this impacts a lot of people and our community and the ripple effect for years. And so this has been well planned for and was well presented. Thank you, Mr. Perringau. And just really appreciate everybody's participation in that retreat. I got to participate, or not participate, ooh, we wouldn't want this. I got to observe the choir concert for Northwood and Kent Ridge. Okay, I sang along a little bit because some of the songs were really good. They did Sweeney Todd, which was amazing. But so much fun, and I love seeing, we got to see the 6th graders all the way up through the jazz choir, and just seeing the growth that our students and led by our choir professionals kind of going through. Also really fun is the accompaniment was all students or past students. And so it's fun to see them be able to participate in different ways in our music. And so just love seeing that. And just to let you know, it was a packed house. Every seat was full. Also have been able to go to football lately and both swim and soccer senior nights. Man, it's hard being a senior parent. There's a lot of lasts that is hard to see, but also really exciting as we know that that's going to culminate as they walk across the stage here in June. So excited for Kent Lab Academy and Kent Meridian tonight for their recognition. And just quickly, being able to go see Kent Lab Academy and the way that they really, and I think it was said today, showing what's possible. And I'm lucky enough to be able to hear parents talk, and the students themselves. A lot of the students participate in their homeschool for music and sports, and so I've been able to get to know a lot of the students that go to Kent Lab Academy and just what a difference that school and the program that they offer there has on students and being able to meet their academic needs and really further that. And then Kent Meridian, I will always think about their graduation. There is nothing like a KM graduation. And I think the word that was used by our presenters tonight was community. And that is, if you want to feel that, come to a Kent Meridian graduation. And I have no doubt that that's felt through classes and the everyday experience. And to your comment, the experience that our teachers give to our students every day. So congratulations to both of those schools for that recognition tonight. I would like to also encourage all of our community to vote. It is that time of year, and with rights come responsibilities. And so please exercise your right of voting and the responsibility of also voting. And then the last thing I would just like to always say is thank you to our students. You are the reason that we do this. We continue to try to find a way to make you always the focus on what we're doing every day. I appreciate that we had many student speakers come in today, and we'll encourage more to do that and find their voice within their own school and within the Kent School District. So with that, it is 8:54, and we are adjourned.